Hello, friends. I'm host Eric, and I'm here to say, can you come out to play? When I was a child, the protocols of fun were as follows. You walked out of your house, you walked down the street to your friend's house, you knocked on the door, and you waited for either your friend to answer the door or his mom. And if it was his mom, you said, "Can Dave come out to play?" Or if it was him, you say, "Can you come out to play?" And this was how children played with each other when I was a child. I bet nobody ever says that to anybody anymore. Can you come out to play? I bet children just never say that because obviously, first of all, they don't go down and knock on someone's door if you want to talk to them. When's the last time you've knocked on someone's door in order to talk to them? It would be, people would be like, "Why didn't you text me or something?" It would be considered rude to just go knock on their door. But on my block, when I grew up, that's how things rolled. I'd decide who I wanted to go play with, and I'd go knock on their door and say, "Can you come out to play?" And if they couldn't play, then I'd go to the next person that I wanted to play with's house and I'd knock on their door. Of course, I lived on a block I guess a bunch of young parents all moved here at the same time. So there's a lot of kids on the block, and I could go to Dave and Paul's house. I could go across street to Kelly's house. I could go to Tracy's house. I could go to Chad's house. I could go to Jeff Holmes' house. There was also for a little while the McPhersons, but their kids were younger than me. And I didn't want to play with their kid because he was like a baby in my mind, but he wasn't really that much younger than me, probably. Well, you're right. And which parents were cool was always a factor as well. Like Dave's dad was known to be a mean dad or a scary dad. And you'd periodically hear we'd be playing somewhere on the street, "David, get home!" Which was his dad standing out on the front lawn. We were within a block or so's radius, we weren't super far away. And he'd go, "David, get home!" And Dave would go, "I gotta go." It was just like, at that moment, he needed to leave right then. There was no making Dad wait. Dad had to call again. He'd probably take out the belt, There were no physical punishments in my house. And as far as I could tell, I don't think there really were in anybody else's houses either, except for Dave's house. Dave's dad was a dick, but at the same time, all the kids turned out great. So they had 4 kids in that family. Dave is 4 years older than me. Paul is 1 year older than me, but I was better friends with Dave than Paul. Why? Why would I have my best friend on the street be 4 years older than me, which is a lot when you're kids? He's an ISFJ. That's the only explanation I have. The reason why Dave and I were tight friends right off the bat, liked each other, got each other, is because he's an ISFJ and I'm an ENTP. So it's a natural connection there. But when I was 3, he was 7, and we became friends. How weird is that? That's when I first met Dave, when I was 3 years old. He was 7. And we hit it off right away. We liked each other, My children grew up in an age of computers and video games, so if I wanted to ground them, send them to their room wasn't the same as when I was grounded in a room with no books. My parents periodically tried to ground me and do things like that, but the thing is, my mom was such a big softie. My mom was a big softie, and so after making me be in my room for an hour, she'd come in and be like all upset that she had been torturing me or something. I mean, well, I'd be perfectly comfortable in reading a book. I did have plenty of books in my room. I didn't have a TV in my room till later, and I never had a computer in my room until I left the house. But there was an office I used for the computer. My daughter climbed out the window on Sunday. Said, "Okay, cool, great. What do you mean, go back in there? All right, that's my plan anyway." INTP. You can't ground an INTP. Who can ground an INTP? I would presume that they ever leave the ground. You should try the opposite. You should try punishing him by making him go outside to play. That's it. You have to engage with people. No. I'm sorry, but I'm punishing you. You go have fun with friends. I'm pretty I've known the Corrals since high school. So they went to a different middle school than me. They went to Dana, and I went to Foothills. So I didn't meet the Corral family until high school. And Cam's brother was in my grade, same age as me. Cam's brother is ENTJ, and he was our friend, and he was in our group of people, and we hung out with him occasionally, but he didn't have as much time for socializing as the rest of us. He'd occasionally make a party or whatever, But the reason he didn't have as much time for socializing is because he was busy getting into Harvard and becoming a Harvard law lawyer. The funny thing is about the Corrals and Bailey is I have very little respect for Bailey, considering all his high accomplishments. Every time Cameron tells me something that his super smart brother Bailey said, I shake my head and go, "Oh my God. That's so fucking stupid." Like how Bailey and somebody else contributed to a white paper on how cryptocurrency is really just a big pyramid scheme. I mean, the thing is, you either have to know nothing about what the word pyramid scheme means, nothing about cryptocurrency, or be willfully abusing the term to compare the two. I mean, not at all like a pyramid scheme. It may be faulty in some way. If you want to critique it, fine. I'm not attached to it not being critiqued, but pyramid scheme means something specific, right? And it's definitely not that. The reason it has some vibes that might incline one to think that it's similar to that is because it's possible for anybody to launch a cryptocurrency, and there's no particular reason to think that this crypto or that crypto or the other crypto is worth anything, in the same way that if let's say there was a machine that made very cheap gemstones of various kinds, very cheaply. And every time it made a gemstone, it made a slightly different kind of gemstone. So it would add a couple of atoms of some element in it or whatever, you know? And so you'd have a million different slight variations on ruby, a million different slight variations on sapphire, a million different slight variations on emerald. Well, obviously, if that were the case, none of those things would be worth anything. And the problem with making that analogy, argument by analogy in this instance, is the difference between cryptocurrencies and these gemstones is cryptocurrencies aren't physical objects. So in other words, one quality of owning a physical object is that it comes with it a maintenance cost. When I bought this pack of cigarettes, as long as I retain it and consider it mine, it takes some of my attention. Sometimes I say, where are my cigarettes? You know? And then when I throw it away, now I'm done with that. I no longer possess that object. It has no more claim upon me. When you buy cryptocurrency, it's not an object you possess in that sense. It doesn't have any maintenance costs. It's just an abstract commodity. And the reason it has value is because it's just an abstract commodity. Wait, that's not a good thing. Yeah, it is in this instance. That's what makes it successful as a commodity more than actual commodities, is because it has none of the drawbacks of physical objects. Now, it is the case that most cryptocurrencies will never be worth much of anything. The fact is, cryptocurrencies, the value of them is operant not on qualities implicit to the objects, as it would be if they were physical object commodities, but it links to the metaphysical commodity of attention, name recognition, and so forth, you know? So anyway, I was just like, I just thought, oh my God, there's something really fucked up about the world, that the way it works, right? If you thought about outcomes as being representative of qualifications, then there's a terrible disconnect between like Harvard and Harvard Law School and attaining those symbols of competency and talent. There's a huge disconnect. Bailey has all sorts of infinite amount of respect regarding his intelligence and his competency and his qualifications, and the value of the things that he says are afforded a bunch of extra value because of these symbols of competency. So, but my point is not that that's a problem. The problem is Harvard's doing something wrong. School's doing something wrong. You know, it's like society is messed up when the symbols of competency are so divorced from actual competency. There's something wrong with that, right? I mean, a lot of people say that actual currency will be gone in 20 years. Okay. No, Smitty, I agree with the first half of that. Okay. Things don't create wealth in the modern world. They never really did, but they did up to a point and then they ceased. Okay. But the opposite is not imaginary wealth creates things. It's people create wealth the same way it's always been. People create wealth when they do meaningful work for others in the world. the beautiful thing is, what does it mean to do meaningful work for somebody? It means to direct your attention on their behalf. And one of the ways in which we can direct our attention is to instruct our attention box to direct attention to something for us. Namely, our attention box being the computer. It's a way that we have an agent that's our slave that pays attention to things for us so we don't have to pay attention. This is most obviously the case with things like news aggregators, right? Google News knows what I want to read about, and it pays attention to all the various news things so that it will put in front of me the articles that I might want to read. That's my attention agent. It's saying, I don't want to pay attention to all this that's trying to find the shit that I want to look at. So you do it for me, attention agent. Now, as a consequence, you see that this is part of my agency, my computer. I can use it in various ways to pay actual attention on my behalf, and that attention is a finite resource. If I have my computer paying all of its attention to mining Bitcoin, then it's not paying attention to aggregating the news for me, for example. Now, that's a little bit disingenuous because it takes very little attention to aggregate the news, probably. And because it's not my computer that's doing the aggregating, right? It's the Google computers. They're just sending me the answers. Now, this is another thing, Mrs. Baum. I have never bought into this notion of an echo chamber being a problem. The echo chamber, quote unquote, is not. That implies that the reason people believe as they do is because they're persuaded. But that's not how belief works. So, because of the way that we communicate, there's a need and also a desire for people to resolve matters in dispute into a green check or a red X. And this tendency is what causes so many problems. So Boba Fett, who was the guy who was insisting that Trump is intelligent, right? What's happened there is he made his green check or red X up here on the matter of Trump. And that X or check cascades down all the way. It's really a matter of where you make your check an X, right? TI says we can check an X a lot of different things. So I can say I like Trump, and also that he's a bad president, and also that he's dumb, and not contradict myself at all. But that's with TI. If you're an FI person, I like Trump, therefore threats to him, things that are negative about him or whatever, kick into me harm prevention mode because I'm FI. So it's like, I love my daughter, and I think she's beautiful, and I think she's smart. And if you say, I think your daughter's dumb, I get kicked into harm prevention gear. Not because it's false, but because it threatens my FI. Now, it is false, but if you were to say, I think Einstein was dumb, I just go, okay, you're welcome to think that, right? There'd be no FI involved. It wouldn't even bother requiring a response. If you were to say to me, I believe that the sun sets in the east, then I would just go, well, that's interesting. Why do you think that, Hey, Eric, working memory is a strong predictive correlate with IQ. Want to test it? I mean, I think, sure, I would like to test it. I think it's shit. I think my working memory is shit. But I don't know. I have nothing to compare it against, obviously. So, except how it used to be. I can tell it's worse than it used to be. I know a ton of SFJs that cannot TI nuance despite being TI types. Well, they're not TI types though, right? They're FE types. I'm a TI type and I'm an NE type. They're SI types and FE types. And FE is one of two interface devils that TI has conflict with a lot. TI and FE don't necessarily get along, just as TE and FI don't necessarily get along. They do in the same person, but somebody else's TE may very much offend your FI. Somebody else's FE may very much offend my TI. As perspectives, in other words, TI and FE don't necessarily get along. As attentional manners, an individual is best served when they incorporate the considerations of FE into their overall affect. I guess you'd have to ask the president. What's Biden's goal? I don't know. If you're asking what's the goal of the office, that's not the right word to use. A job in that instance doesn't have a goal. It has duties, responsibilities, various expectations. Individuals have goals. Because I mentioned TI and FI being autonomous in your previous example on Trump, I don't know what you mean about saying they're autonomous. I think that both TI and FI tend to side with individuals, while SI-FE types hold to the same example as your FI individual, an example. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused by what you're saying. I would like to answer your question and address what you're pointing out is apparently a contradiction of some sort, but I'm genuinely confused by what you're saying. I keep reading that our memory's like a muscle improves with use. I grew up before computers. We had to memorize stuff like phone numbers, factors, and generations when you test memory, Smitty. Well, I mean, the thing about memory as well is like every other kind of attention that one pays, it uses up your day's allotment of attention, some of it, right? So if I'm using my memory like a muscle, SI, for example, it is true that I will remember all of the things that I have planned for the day. And it's also true that I'll spend most of my day repeating those things to myself. When I'm using SI in a conscious fashion, I'm saying out loud to myself fairly often, don't forget, Eric, you've got a 4 o'clock. Don't forget you've got this thing coming up on Tuesday, and I'll repeat it to myself between now and then, so I won't remember it, so I won't forget it. The delegation thing will end some of those habits. I no longer remember phone numbers, but I still remember my calendar, even though I keep it on my calendar. In other words, maybe the habits of using SI to remember, you're going to only use SI to remember the things you need to remember. So you have to direct it according to the specifics of your life. You can't talk more generally about what it's going to remember than that, you know? Football games once were the kind of thing you mindlessly get behind. It's unfortunate that those who just want to be part of something without thinking now have to face political shaming. Well, I mean, I think there's only one sort of political shaming that's appropriate, and that is shaming people for being for check marking a team rather than taking on the responsibility to engage as an individual with other citizens You know, it's the only thing that you should be shamed for is being putting your squad above the team. And if you're a hardcore Republican, if you're a hardcore Democrat, if you're a hardcore Libertarian, if you're a hardcore really any kind of group politically, then you are almost certainly guilty of putting the team's interests behind your squad's interests. That's the problem. We're all Americans. We need to remember that. Before I'm a Republican, a Democrat, or a Libertarian, I'm an American. And my fellow Americans are people that I should be able to talk to as citizens. We agree and disagree on various points. We can have civil conversations. And even when we're in stark disagreement about so-called wedge issues, we need to remember there's no reason to hate each other. And there should at least be a specific policy matter that's up for a vote that before people start freaking out, right? Just because my opinion about whatever, transgenderism or something doesn't agree with yours, who fucking cares? There's not going to be any legislation on it. It's not a government matter. It's a social matter. People are conflating like social values for political matters. And if my social values could agree or disagree with yours starkly, if none of the things that we're agreeing or disagreeing on are political matters, then why are we including it in our political conversations? What do I think of DSP's jumpers? I mean, the whole idea of a jumper is something that just is a way of avoiding any ever being falsified. So, of course, which means the whole thing's falsified. If in fact there's an ENTP who looks just like an ISFJ, but is actually an ENTP, but is a jumper who looks like an ISFJ, then how can you tell them apart? What's the difference? If in fact they're definitely actually an ISFJ, why mention the fact that they look like an ENTP at all? That's just noise in the data. That's not part of the identity. Why does an INFP's sense of identity diffuse among the people they are close to, such that a failure in one of their behavior to meet the INFP's principles results in catastrophe of the INFP? That sounds like an INFP with a history of trauma. That sounds like BPD, not INFP. I know an INFP BPD person, and that sounds just like her. Sounds exactly like her, but that's not all INFPs. That's my answer to that. But it sounds like you're talking about my friend Liz. That's Liz in a nutshell. A failure in the behavior of her husband to meet her principles results in catastrophes for her, of her catastrophizing things. Corey is never meeting her expectations adequately. And, she positions herself as this sort of long-suffering partner of this horrible person, which is the exact opposite of what it is. He's the long-suffering partner of this horrible person. Not that she's a horrible person. I like Liz. I consider her a good friend, even though I haven't talked to her in a long time. Hi, Boba Fett, if I didn't say hi. Hi, Leaf Trimmer. The thing is, with Liz, the problem was that she experienced a lot of childhood trauma. People who experience a lot of childhood trauma take it out on other adults when they grow up. I don't blame her. I wish she would take more accountability for the whole thing, I guess. She's never been one for hearing the truth and being impacted by it meaningfully. Interestingly, of course, one of the things that used to bother her a lot, or that she used to complain about Corey, was, Eric, our friend, comes over and he at least cares enough to have these long conversations with me where he tries to convince me that I'm wrong. And she would continue these conversations indefinitely. I'd never get anywhere with them, but she was getting the attention she wanted towards her issue, even if I wasn't agreeing with her. But Corey didn't want to go through that all the time because he saw the futility of it, because he was an INFJ. And she would use the fact that he wouldn't bang his head against the wall trying to talk her into being sensible against him. It's like, oh, I agree. People who abuse children abuse the world for the duration of their child's life. Did most of your friendships with the guys you knew growing up or as an adult change much with each woman they relationshipped with? No. Not really. Liz is the only real example I can think of where my friend's significant other played a huge role in my relationship with my friend. But of course, I was friends with Liz and Corey independently before they got together. It's important to remember that too. So, before Liz and Corey were a couple, I was living and friends with Corey, and I was friends with Liz and would invite her to our parties and stuff, So I was expected by both parties to remain friends with both independently, even as there were a couple, and did. And, I don't regret all the time I spent banging my head against the wall with Liz. I felt like I was being a good friend. I was trying to fix her, of course. I was trying to. That Winston's mom sent me a really interesting circle, and Rachel and I played fill out the circle. Let me show you my paper. So on this circle, it's got a blue piece of pie, a green piece of pie, a pink piece of pie, and a yellow piece of pie. Maybe I can pull out or show you the actual thing, put a link to it. And in the very middle thing, it says, for each of these things, well, I'll ask you guys, and you guys can say what you think you are. Okay, I'll get it up in my email again. Let me see if I can find it. All right. Wait. Where is it? Where's the big circle one? I can't find it now. What happened to it? You know what I'm talking about? What's this one? The big circle with all the little things in it? What happened to it? Oh, there it is. I found it. Never mind. Okay. So this divides people into 4 categories. The part of them that provides structure, the part that explores spirituality, the part that leaves a legacy, and the part that connects with others. Okay. So I think what you're supposed to do is pick one of the top 3 categories. Like, when you explore spirituality, are you an innocent, a sage, or an explorer? But beneath each of those, it has 4 possible things. So I said, okay, self, Eric, as providing structure, what kind of caregiver are you? Are you a saint, altruist, parent, or supporter? So that'll be your first number that you write down. 1 is saint, 2 is altruist, 3 is parent, 4 is supporter. So I put down, as a caregiver, I'm a parent type caregiver. As a ruler, what kind of ruler am I? 1 leader, 2 aristocrat, 3 role model, 4 politician. And for that one, I put down 3 role model. And for creator, it says, what kind of creator are you? 1 artist, 2 inventor, 3 innovator, 4 dreamer. I put 3 for that one as well, innovator. So my self-concept for how I provide structure is 333. Parent, role model, innovator. Now I'm going to go on to the green one, which is explore spirituality. How are you as an innocent? Are you a 1 utopian, 2 traditionalist, 3 romantic, or 4 dreamer? I put down 1 for myself, utopian. How are you as a sage? Are you a 1 expert, 2 detective, 3 philosopher, or 4 mentor? I put down for myself 3 philosopher. And how are you an explorer when you explore spirituality? Are you a 1 seeker, 2 iconoclast, 3 wanderer, or 4 pilgrim? I put down 2 iconoclast. Now we go to the yellow section. What kind of legacy do you want to leave? How are you as an outlaw? Are you a 1 rebel, 2 revolutionary, 3 misfit, or 4 wild man woman? I put down 1 rebel for myself. For leave legacy, how are you as a magician? Are you a 1 visionary, 2 inventor, 3 charismatic leader, or 4 healer? I put down 1 visionary. And then how are you as a hero? Are you a 1 crusader, 2 rescuer, 3 superhero, or 4 soldier? I put down 2 rescuer for myself. And then the last one is the pink section. How do you connect with others? Everyman. Are you a 1 good old boy, good old girl, 2 a realist, 3 solid citizen, or 4 silent majority? I put for myself 2 a realist. And then what kind of jester are you? Are you a 1 fool, 2 trickster, 3 practical joker, or 4 comedian? I put down 4 for myself. And lastly, how are you as a lover? Are you a 1 a partner, 2 an enthusiast, 3 a sensualist, or 4 a team builder? I put down 1 for myself, partner. So then for structure provider, I'm a 333, a parent, role model, innovator. For spirituality, I'm a 132, a utopian, philosopher, iconoclast. For legacy, I'm a 112, a rebel, visionary, rescuer. And for connect with others, I'm 241. I'm a realist, comedian, partner. Anyway, what is that from, or what does it mean? I don't know. It just seems like a fun thing to do. And Rachel did hers too. So Melissa's mom sent me that circle, and I liked it. I mean, the bottom line is this. Cognitive functions everybody in cognitive functions needs to think about this question. Can you make a rational taxonomy of how loaded you are for a given drug? Or is it purely spectrum? Like, people used to think you can't make a rational taxonomy for temperature because there are too many different flavors in the broth. There's pressure, there's humidity, and then there's actual temperature. For a long time, people didn't think temperature was a discrete, measurable thing, because differences in pressure made it almost impossible to validate. They validated thermometers eventually in underground, where the temperature was constant, to show that, in fact, yes, this is measuring whatever it's measuring over here. It's measuring the same thing over here, and you can have independently people make these measurements and validate it. Yeah, right? So this guy in this video I was watching, he tried to make a rational taxonomy of the levels of I guess loadedness from DMT. He said the reason we can make a rational taxonomy here, whereas we cannot elsewhere, is because we already understand the math that represents the reported visual perceivings of DMT users. Namely, that the geometric shapes that people see are hyperbolic geometries that are already understood by math. And the shifts in what people report having perceived, depending on the level of dosage, correlates quite nicely with adding certain quantities of variables to increase the level of complexity of these hyperbolic geometries until you reach what he calls the amnesia point, where the amount of data rendering in hyperbolic geometries that's required makes it impossible to retain any information that occurs as you're processing them. So the thing is, basically, it was somewhat inspiring towards my TI video that I put up yesterday as well, because what that TI video shows is you can do that for TI. You probably can't do that for any of the other functions. If you could do it for any of the other functions, it would be probably FE, because that one is the second most universal and absolute in its rules. So they're mushier in the sense that the rules of FE are things like respect, disrespect, presumption versus they're status things, you know. But yeah, fractals, exactly. But with that fractals. So he says, you know, even if the exact spot in which the shift to seeing the next level of complexity of fractals is hard to nail down. Is it at 20 milligrams? Is it 22 milligrams? We're not really sure exactly what's going to kick you into seeing the next level. The shifts between levels of complexity are binary in a mathematical way. So in that regard, it is a rational taxonomy, much more so than you could do for any other kind of drug. And TI lets you do a rational taxonomy of what TI attitudes are towards the other functions in a way that you can't do with any other function, because TI is the function that you do that. Well, the thing is, Schmidt, you could do it for all of the functions. My point is, it would only be a rational taxonomy on one of them. So I could make a taxonomy of levels of drunkenness, but it would be arbitrary. I could make a taxonomy of levels of stonedness, but it would be arbitrary. And that's the key distinction here is we have to remember that what makes cognitive functions more correct than anything else is that it's the one that's saying, right now we're in a world in which the majority of the psychological community, the professionals, are saying you cannot talk about what temperature a person is. It's not possible. Look, a person is made up of humidity, of wind, of pressure, of coldness, of whether or not a storm's moving in or out. There's a dank cold, there's a dark cold, there's a wet cold, there's a dry cold. It's impossible to say temperature is one discrete thing. People are all those things. That's where we are in psychology right now. And so it is true that some things are arbitrary, like wind chill factor. When you say that it is true that wind makes you feel colder than not having wind, However, the wind chill factor is basically arbitrary. It's saying it's going to feel 10 degrees colder. Well, what does that mean exactly? Because then you're talking about people's perceptions. You're not talking about an objective data point, right? Well, I mean, presumably, according to this guy, no, listen, this is the thing that made me interested in this video at all, rather than just being hooey. According to this guy, it is, in fact, something you can make predictions and falsify. But they haven't nailed down exactly what the dosages are yet. But because the visuals represent binary shifts between levels of complexity and hyperbolic geometry that's already understood mathematically, that in fact, this guy's contention is, yes, you could do it pure science ways and make clear predictions and test and validate or invalidate with control groups that don't know what's being tested. So subject groups that don't know what's being tested. That's that guy's contention. Is it true? I don't know. It has yet to been done, but that's what he's saying, and that's what made it interesting to me. And there was nothing magical about it at all. There was no discussion of connecting with the source or whatever. It was a very rational articulation of the thing. So it's not even an abstraction that describes it. It's a correlate that this guy is saying can reliably be predicted to occur, correlating with a certain dosage, such that if you can establish it firmly enough, you would conclude that it's a causal link. So that's what he's claiming. Again, I'm not saying that's the case. I don't know if it will turn out to be the case or not. But that's what it means to think well about it, right? Is that he's saying the reason this is of interest, whereas any other taxonomy of intoxication would not be of interest, is because this one is real. And here's why. So and that's what we need to do with cognitive functions. That's what psychology needs to do with cognitive functions in general. They need to acknowledge that, number one, right now, their taxonomies are arbitrary, like taxonomies of drunkenness. The big five is fundamentally like saying, people are 5 kinds of drunks. They're either friendly drunks, angry drunks, funny drunks, sad drunks, or sleepy drunks. Okay, well, it's just, and then scoring what kind of drunk you are. It's just silly. It's just plain silly. To try to tell people they have attributes of openness, agreeableness, conscientiousness, neuroticism, and extroversion without addressing at all the idea that some of those things might it's as though they're putting separate scores for tall and short, without acknowledging that they're 2 different sides of the same attribute, right? Well, you scored meow on tall and meow on short, is what the big five is guilty of. Ideally, you'd score high on all of these things. You'd be both tall and short. Well, it depends what you mean by weaker. I'm not saying necessarily that it's a good idea to attempt to do more of what you apparently might be able to do with DMT. What they're trying to do with DMT is say, let's remove the open system aspect of human being from the equation so that we can nail some things down finally. Psychology will never be able to nail things down finally, in large part because humans are an open system. Every time, so most of you have probably heard of the famous Milgram experiment, the Stanford Milgram experiment, in which there's a test of the willingness of people to follow orders even when it's morally reprehensible to do so. And the willingness of people to follow orders of people who have on lab coats and clipboards and claim to be scientists versus just some random person, right? And this study is very famous because what it revealed was that most of the people who came in and were instructed to continue administering shocks as part of the psychology experiment, even when the person on the other end was, an actor, but screaming in agony, and they'd continue to push the button, and they'd be very hesitant about, I really don't think I should. The scientist, this is a scientific experiment, please continue. Okay. Now, the thing is, humans are an open system. There is zero chance that I would ever be in any situation in which an authority figure were asking me to do something that was morally questionable, in which my knowledge of the Milgram experiment wouldn't influence how I am and how I respond to it. So once an experiment is done like that to reveal some quality of people in general, people change. They're responsive to it. We are open systems. So what psychology doesn't like is that open system quality. Psychology says it's not science unless we can nail it down in a way that doesn't change. It stays put. The hyperbolic geometry thing is one of these things where somebody's said, hey, I think we might have found a psychological phenomenon that's not open system, where we can administer this drug here and see these subjective experiential reports be predictable and match our expectations all the way up to the top. As this guy's saying is why that's interesting is because unlike everything else, it doesn't appear to be open system. He didn't say that, but that's my interpretation of it. Okay. No, I don't use Reddit or Discord. Discord's a nightmare. Discord's a cesspool. You're always welcome to contact me. Whether or not I respond to your emails and how long it takes me is a complete crapshoot. You might send an email, I might respond immediately in full, and it might be a shitty email that you sent that doesn't deserve response. Then you might send me a really good email that deserves a lot of response, and I might completely ignore it. So that's all I can really say about it. I wish I could say otherwise, but I'd be lying. Okay, so by the way, Boba Fett says, by the way, JP said Trump is a high IQ guy. There are established standards to try to measure it. So my point stands that nobody can find any instance of him talking intelligently about anything. So there's no reason to conclude he's intelligent, regardless of what some test says, even if he had been tested with an IQ test. Still no reason to conclude he's intelligent, no matter how high his intelligence is. If it does show he's a very, very intelligent person, then we'd have to conclude he's extremely evil and he's been faking this whole time. Right? So you can't have your cake and eat it too is the point. That's the main point to remember, right, Boba Fett? You can't have your cake and eat it too. If he genuinely is high intelligence, then because we have no instances of him talking intelligently about something, he's very wicked in attaining power under false pretenses. So as long as we're in agreement that you can't have your cake and eat it too, I think Jordan Peterson is intelligent. I mean, I don't think anybody who's assessing the situation accurately would correctly say he's more intelligent than me, but I can guarantee you JP got a higher score on an intelligence test than me. Jordan Peterson self-reports an IQ of 160 or something like that. But does anybody here believe he could hang with me in an actual argument about anything? I certainly don't. He's so wrong on so many levels. His frames of reference are so wrong, and they're so vulnerable that I would just rip him to pieces. No, he's an ENTJ. So is he still smarter than me after I rip him to pieces about all of his ideas? If we were to debate and I were to just thrash the living fuck out of him, would you still conclude he was more intelligent than me because he has a higher IQ score? Keeping in mind, I don't actually know what my IQ score is, but I don't care either. See, JP plays a funny little game here, right? First, he says intelligence is a real thing, and we measure it with the IQ test. And then he says we know it's a real thing because we can predict from scores on that test how people will perform in various jobs in life. All that proves is that test is a good predictor of job performance. He's playing smoke and mirrors with the fact that does not establish that he's actually testing intelligence. It establishes that he's got a test that predicts job performance pretty precisely. You know? But I don't think he knows he's playing fast and loose with it, which is why I'm saying he's not really very smart. If he knows he's playing fast and loose with it and is doing it anyway because he figures nobody will pick up on that little smoke and mirror shit, okay, then I can see he's that smart. But I really don't think he knows. I think he's just, he believes what he's saying is the best argument. And he just, I mean, Smitty, he supposedly is one of those extremely high Q people. Supposedly 160 plus, right? I look, I recognize the fact that I'm never going to win a Nobel Prize. I'm not that kind of smart. So if you show me some big whiteboard with a Meow's conjecture, unsolved conjecture problem, there's no goodwill hunting in me. I'm not going to walk up to that thing and go, triangle, squiggly line, no. Did you just solve Meow's conjecture? That is not me. I'm not the guy who's going to do that ever. Okay? I'm not that kind of smart. And yet, I have no doubt that I am more correct in general about everything than anybody, no matter how smart they are, and for good reason. Because I've directed all of my limited intelligence towards being exactly that. So these people are directing their intelligence to solving these complex math problems. That's why we shouldn't afford them much credit outside of that thing that they're working on, because that's where their intelligence is directed. Trump, he was directing his very small amount of intelligence towards getting himself attention and making money and getting out of the financial messes he kept getting himself into. And just being a jackass in general, you know? So, of course, he's not spending his intelligence doing what? Making sure he's the most correct. I have a lot more intelligence than Trump and a lot less intelligence than some mathematician who solves Meow's conjecture. But I'm more correct than both of them because that's what I've directed my intelligence to my entire life, being correct. Arguing correctly, thinking correctly, being precise in using language. So could Jordan Peterson hang with me? No chance. He's not directed his intelligence towards that. He's directed his intelligence towards advocacy and teaching and stuff, right? He thinks that psychology is a field that affords you the means to know what to advocate. That he has a vision of how people are limited and how psychology informs us in ways that can reduce those limitations. But he is desperate to talk about people without separating them into distinct groups. Is it a good idea to go slay dragons? If you're an INTP or an ENTP, yeah, it's a good idea. You should probably go slay a few more dragons. Is that the advice that an ESTJ needs? No, not at all. If he's really intelligent, he'll stop trying to find a rule broad enough that it's going to apply to everybody and say, since it's so broad and meaningless that it can apply to everybody, that's what makes it more science. Then he's never going to have any chance of being more correct than me at all, no matter how hard he works at it, right? And that's not a matter of intelligence. I'm not more correct because I'm more intelligent than Jordan Peterson. I'm more correct because that's what I direct my intelligence towards, being the most correct, not towards stupid shit like success, right? Because I direct my efforts towards being correct rather than successful, naturally, I'm more correct and he's more successful. See? Right. What's the fucking, why does IQ matter at all? When you hear Jordan Peterson talk about it, it matters from the perspective of some sort of non-stated third-party authority who's assigning people the jobs they get or something. But that doesn't even happen. So it's like, so what if IQ is a good predictor of how you're going to perform, what kind of job you're capable of doing or something? Nobody's going to pick their job based on that, and nobody's going to hire based on that. If you did, you'd be using a weak heuristic instead of a more precise assessment that you can do on the individual person himself related to the actual skills you're required. Why would you ever want to do that? Why is it a better idea to have weak heuristics that are more universally applicable than it is to have precise heuristics that are less universally applicable, but are more correct? So, that's the problem with Jordan Peterson in general, is he's stuck in the wrong frame of reference. Why is he stuck in the wrong frame of reference and will never be as smart as me meaningfully or effectively or purposefully? Because he's not a meta-analyst. He's an executive. So he'll always fuck up the meta-analysis. And that's exactly what I keep critiquing him on. He's wrong because everything he's saying is fruit from the poisonous tree. If you're wrong in a beginning frame of reference, which is let's make psychology more sciencey by making it less true but more general, then obviously the only benefit really he's ever going to get is if he decides to help himself. If he says, okay, look, I don't have to. I can spend the rest of my life content where I am, but I want to grow. I'm going to go get a stern talking to from Eric. It's the only thing that can possibly help him. I'm probably the only person on the planet who could help Jordan Peterson. But it would require him to humble himself, I am sure you are smarter than me, right? This is the beautiful thing. This is what I keep saying. Intelligence doesn't matter. Because people direct their intelligence towards certain things. If you are successful and you believe yourself to be smart, you're going to say, see, I'm smart. I directed my attention towards getting successful and I got successful. If you are focusing your attention on collating a complete understanding of psychology that they're then sort of pitching as the proper frame of reference for psychology, then that's what you're going to be doing, as Jordan Peterson does. If you're focused on being correct or on parsing out what everybody else is doing wrong, then you're going to be most successful at that. Well, Smitty, okay. I think you're not, you don't, I guess you just don't. Here's the deal, Smitty. When I say I spent my attention being correct, what I mean is I am a professional debate coach. So I'm an expert in argumentation, warrants, justifications, frames, analysis, theory, arguments, everything, right? So I have an unfair advantage over people, no matter how smart or whatever type they are, which is most people don't think argumentation requires specialized knowledge. If I were a seismologist and I were talking about those machines that register earthquakes and stuff, everybody would sit here and go, interesting. I'm learning stuff about seismology. But if I start talking about rhetoric or argument, everybody thinks they're a gunslinger. Not everybody thinks they're a seismologist, right? Not everybody wants to compete with the seismologist to prove that they know more about seismology. But that is the case with rhetoric, argumentation, reasoning, logic, debate, and stuff. I've taught conditional logic. I've coached debate for years. So even if I were to agree, even if we were all determined in no uncertain terms that my intelligence is lower than everybody else's here, then we would just conclude Eric's made the most of his very limited intelligence, and that's why I'm not going to beat him in a debate. I debated in high school, and then I coached debate for years, which is where I really learned how to debate. And reason and parse. So the job of a debate coach is twofold. It is one, to make an airtight case. So to be very disciplined in making of claims, making sure you only make claims that are phrased such that you can defend them. Second component of it is dismantling every argument that might compete with the ones you're making, and or dismantling every argument affirming, because you have to be both sides. You got to be both af or neg. So the thing is, I doubt I'm that high, New Groove. It depends which intelligence test you give, right? Like, if you give me an intelligence test that has a lot of verbal reasoning questions on it and is mostly about verbal reasoning stuff, then I will do very well on it. If you give me an intelligence test that's got a lot of spatial patterns stuff in it, I'll do poorly on it. If you give me an intelligence test that says, here, can you fit this piece of furniture through the door, I'll score in the level of profoundly retarded. I have stood outside my door in Temple City before with a chair and lifting it, turning it this way, trying to fit through the door, this way, trying to fit through the door. And for a long ass time, and finally I said to my ex-wife, Candace, you bought a piece of furniture that does not fit into our house. I got to take the door off now. And she's like, why don't you just turn it like this? And I was like, oh. Hey, fuck you and this chair and this door and me. My point is this. When we're talking about intelligence in general, we're missing the point, okay? But to the extent that we want it to be a meaningful term, it needs to link to something other than success, right? Or correctness even. I can be more correct and less intelligent. Correctness and intelligence do not correlate that strongly. There's a high correlation between profoundly gifted people and geniuses being predominant visual thinkers. So what that means is there's a strong preponderance of decision makers who are themselves visual thinkers making the policies regarding how to determine whether someone's profoundly gifted or genius. So that's what that means. That's all that means. Because, of course, as I pointed out when I was in my special ed credential program, they asked a question one time in class that nobody else knew the answer to or whatever, which is what is the only single thing that we can point to that is a clear demarcation between somebody who is retarded and not retarded? Nobody else came up with the answer. I got it, of course. I said, lack of metacognition? And he said, exactly. Now, the difference between, I want to talk about special ed, right? Special ed includes programs for retarded people and includes programs for gifted people. The difference is this: retarded people are actually a thing. Gifted people are just a status made up by people who want to afford some students special treatment. There's not a binary distinction between gifted and not gifted and regular. There is a binary distinction between retarded and regular. That's the difference. Gifted is just a way that rich parents get advantages for their regular kids. And genius is a term we afford to people. Nobody can attain a status of genius. A status of genius is conferred onto somebody by people in general. So, and note that whether or not you get the status of genius conferred upon you has very little to do with your intelligence. A lot of people would say that Elon Musk is a genius, but I wouldn't. I think he's a big dummy. Very few people would say I'm a genius, but I'm more correct than they are about everything. So it's like, why do we keep talking about intelligence at all, since it doesn't seem to correlate to anything purposefully meaningful to anybody? And to the extent that it does, it only correlates purposefully to third parties observing. Like, it's never going to be a good idea for me to use my IQ score to make any decisions for myself. It's never going to be fair for somebody else to use my IQ score to make decisions about me. So what's it good for? The only reason it exists is because a bunch of intuitives, mostly NTJs, didn't like the fact that they weren't getting credit enough for being special. So they made tests so that people like them would get high scores and get proven to be special and important and good. That's all it is. That's all intelligence scores are. It's fucking ridiculous. Stupidest thing in the world. When I've said this in the past, people have said, well, you must have a low intelligence score then. I don't know what my IQ score is. I reported as 107 kind of as a joke because I took this one Scandinavian test that was all visual pattern recognition. There wasn't a single question on it that wasn't visual pattern recognition. And I got 107 on it. Oh, they were divided to check for learning disability. People just twisted them. Okay. All right. Well, sure, Skygear. Presume to know the motivations of the scientists who made them. Just because the scientists who made them said we can't say the real reason we made them, which is to make ourselves look special. Let's find something. It's like when I started doing YouTube, right? And I noticed all the people in the typology community, there was this consistent thing. I'm doing this to help people. Okay. Well, what that means is everybody seems to recognize that they're going to be asked this question, well, why are you doing this? And they don't have a good answer, but that answer at least is not subject to critique. Whereas the true answer for me is, why am I doing this? Because I like getting a lot of attention. I like to be the center of attention and say what I'm thinking about and have other people listen to me. That's the truth, right? But people don't try the truth usually. They think, what's a socially acceptable justification for this? Okay, I'm trying to help the retards. You know, really, those scientists are trying to explain why they're so much better than everybody else, but nobody seems to recognize it. Maybe that's their real motivation, huh? Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's their motivation. The point is, it's fucked up. Now, it does have predictive validity for third-party observers. As I said, a third-party observer can make general predictions about demographic groups and have them generally proven true by predicting correlate outcomes from IQ tests. But remember, it's never a good idea to actually use that in a hiring procedure, nor is it a good idea for you to use your own IQ test to determine what it is you should do in life. So, to the extent that it is usefully predictive, it's harmfully and wickedly so, because it confers onto individuals qualities of that are purportedly are universal to their IQ level, without taking into account that people direct their intelligence towards different matters or pay attention towards different things and develop different skills, of course. That intelligence itself is never a skill, right? So in the military, says Winston's mom, a certain IQ shows one can follow and possibly lead. Well, too high an IQ should find another job, and too low an IQ can get a boy soldier killed. So what happens then is we've got a natural leader who is excluded from fulfilling his role as the best possible leader because of an arbitrary line drawn on a paper that says you're not the right IQ. We're going to ignore SI, our actual experience of you being an incredibly powerful leader, and conclude that you can't lead because your intelligence is 104, it needs to be 105. That's what you're telling me. That's how it actually plays out. You say, somebody too low an IQ can get a boy soldier killed. So can too high an IQ, or so can exactly the right IQ. It's war that kills them, not IQ. You want the best leader who makes the best decisions. And if you're going to try to use a heuristic to determine that, rather than actually assessing individuals, you're being wicked. Okay, whatever. But I like my story better, Skygear. Let's just stick with my story. It's better. I'm telling a better story, so the truth doesn't matter. The thing is, people are not cogs in machines first. I am not first a person based on what my utility is in some sort of societal system. So it's like, I can't think of a single example in which it would be a good idea to exclude or include me as eligible or possibly competent or possibly capable of doing something based on a heuristic rather than actually assessing me directly in terms of the skill itself, right? If I win all the war game practice fighting things in boot camp, when I'm the leader of my team, my squad always wins, and when anybody else is the leader always loses, isn't that more compelling evidence than your IQ score? Is it your TI that has you say the exclusion of a single individual who would have been included on merit is a great evil? No, it's my TI that says a policy of consistently excluding individuals who qualify on merit based on heuristics when we can actually be more precise in our assessments is evil. I'm not I don't consider myself part of the 99% intelligence-wise, even though I am, because I don't think of intelligence as a score. I think of it as a willingness to engage honestly with the world. Boba Fett has a very different definition of intelligence. Consistently do things that work for you. Okay, well, so every profoundly retarded person who's mostly just a compilation of their habits and does it the same way every day, they're the most intelligent people. So Boba Fett's definition is terrible because it means anybody who's not fighting against themselves is intelligent. That's not a meaningful definition of intelligence. My definition of intelligence is better, right? Right. People like to think that IQ is an objective and damning metric, but humans are an open system. So they're not subject to static stuff like that, you know? Heuristics are useful for certain things. This is the point. It's appropriate to use heuristics when you're making decisions for yourself. It's not appropriate to use heuristics when you're making decisions as representative of a group or for others on others' behalf. I can't heuristically draw conclusions about you. I can use heuristics to make decisions for me. So I might say, I don't like the way that guy looks. I'm going to cross the other side of the street. I'm using a heuristic to make my own decision. That's my prerogative. However, if I say, I don't like the way you look, you need to cross over to the other side of the street, then that's not okay. Then I'm using a heuristic to make your decision for you. Right? This is very straightforward stuff if you think about it. The worst use of heuristics is in public policy, because to use heuristics in public policy correctly, one would have to first distinguish between the kind of system a given piece of legislation is acting upon. Sometimes heuristics are appropriate because the system has few enough variables that one can make approximate predictions at a certain distance and have them approximately be correct. Other systems are so chaotic that to attempt to use heuristics to make decisions is to just begin a clusterfuck of disaster one step after another. So what's an example of a heuristic made decision? Let's drone strike so-called enemy combatants in the Middle East. It's a heuristic decision. It says, well, they're a threat. Once we kill them, they'll be dead. Then they won't be a threat. That typically, normally if you eliminate something that threatens you, that's a good way to deal with the problem. So let's just go with that. It's a heuristic because it doesn't take into account the long-term consequences, the larger variables. It doesn't take into account rights or anything like that, or legalities or anything like that, just outcomes. And what makes it a heuristic is it does a terrible job of predicting outcomes. It assumes that by showing more force, we will make people back down. Instead, it just incites more extremism, more blowback, and creates more war and violence and death. That's an example of people using heuristics on a system where heuristics will not work. It's too complex a system to predict that the desired outcome is going to emerge from this behavior, especially since it underwent and withstood no TI scrutiny on validity. So it didn't undergo a validity analysis, which it wouldn't have passed. Even if it were a system in which we felt heuristics could adequately predict things, this still wouldn't have passed because it's not legal and it's rights violating, and they're not soldiers of another nation that we are at war with. So we can't arbitrarily blow them up. So this is what I'm talking about, heuristics, right? Well, sure. Anytime a given course of action is advocated, before you determine whether or not it's going to be effective or what the effects are, you have to determine whether it's legitimate. So I go, okay, so let's all go rob Boba Fett's house because these are all the benefits. Winston's mom, you'll get his flat screen. I'll get his laptop. I'm going to list all the benefits, right? And the only harm is Boba Fett. So it's a lot of diffuse good for concentrated harm. No problem. That'll always win the impact calculus. But that's why we have to do a validity analysis first. Is it legitimate to steal all of his shit, regardless of the outcomes? And the answer is no. What function person would now say in good faith Eric is siding with the terrorists? It would have to be ESFP or possibly ENFP. They have to be TI polar and just are really committed to an FI perspective on politics that says we can only engage with politics by picking a team, and any critique of our team is bad. But of course, that's just, those people shouldn't be engaged in politics at all. So one of the great myths that gets perpetrated all the time is that it's a good idea for everyone to vote. Get out the vote. No, it is absolutely not a good idea to get out the vote or have everyone vote. My message to the voting populace in the United States is Number one, if you're not going to vote for me, don't vote at all. But number two, if you are going to vote for somebody other than me, make sure you understand clearly why you're going to do so and that you're informed and knowledgeable about both politics and the ultimate goal here, which is unity as a country to accomplish outcomes. If you still think you should vote for the other person, then fine. If you haven't thought about all these things, if your eyes glossed over partway through me talking about this, stay the fuck away from the polls. You're not qualified to vote. You have the right to. I'm instructing you that you would do us all a service by not voting. I'm not trying to deny your rights. I'm asking you to be serious and honest as a citizen of the United States. Recognize that some of us are much more capable and qualified to understand and make decisions about politics than others. And if you're honest with yourself and you go, you know what, I haven't really put a lot of thought into this. I'm obviously haven't put nearly as much thought as this guy. And what he's saying makes some sense. And you choose not to vote. My hat is off to you, sir. You deserve all of our respect and thanks. You at least are being honest. You know what I like to say, Rain? Kant schmont. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I don't think anybody's been given that option before. You know, it's like we, as a culture, we don't tell people you have the option of celebrating yourself as you are. Yeah, I don't vote because I'm not into that dork stuff. I don't want to learn them as much as I need to learn to vote. I'm out doing cool stuff, partying, having fun, skiing, whatever. I don't know. Be okay with who you are. There's no reason to think that just because you're an American citizen that you have to be good at understanding politics. The most patriotic thing any American citizen can do is be honest with themselves as to whether they are the best people to be involved in the decision-making process. I know there are certain areas where I'm not the best person to be involved in the decision-making process. If there were ballet auditions and somebody invited me to be a judge in the ballet audition and have my vote as to which ballet person should be hired as the best ballet person, I'd be a bad person to do that. I don't know anything about it. Hi.
Okay, we use Quick Check, right? For the medical transport.
Is that what it's called? No. Is it? Yeah, maybe. Maybe it is called that. Yeah. Why? I'll give you his card.
Yeah. Okay. You're busy, right?
Well, I'm live streaming, but I can take a break. I can take an intermission. I can take an intermission,
Okay,
you guys.
I see if I can work it out. I'm having trouble. I'm trying to set up the 17th.
I can do that for you today if you'd like. I'll do that for you today. I'll call them today and set it up today, okay?
Okay.
Don't worry about it. I'll set it for El Torito, right?
But yeah, so El Dorito at 11.
And it at 11, and it's the El Torito up there by Best Buy, right?
Madre and Foothill.
Right. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Delilah's coming. She's confirmed.
Okay, great. I will
Okay.
I will call and do that before the end of the live stream. I'm gonna have my chatters remind me to do it. Look, the point isn't really who's capable of making the right decision, but who's capable of making decisions in the right way. Because this is the problem. Currently, we try to evaluate our candidates based on what their positions are. In other words, are you going to make the right decision? That's not a good question to ask because we don't know what decisions are going to be required by the president during his presidency. A much better question to ask is, are you going to make decisions in the right way? And the right way is, number one, are you going to justify all of your decisions clearly and present your case to the American people because you respect that they are your constituents and you are working for them? Or are you going to treat them like the dorks you pick on at school? No matter how much you love Trump, there is no person in the world who can honestly say Trump did a good job of conveying to all of his constituents that he was interested in representing them. He made it very clear that half of his constituents could go fuck themselves. Nobody who's honest would dispute that, right? Boba Fett, you correct? You agree with that, right? You agree at least with that Trump did a terrible job of treating all of his constituents as though they were his constituents, and that he represented them and cared about their interests and wanted to make sure their voices were included in the process. No sane human being can say Trump did a good job of representing all of his constituency, or in making the part of his constituency that didn't like him respect that he was still doing his job on their behalf too. When I am president, there will be plenty of people who don't like me, but I don't care how much they shit on me. I will still do my job on their behalf because my feelings don't fucking matter. The feelings of the president of the United States do not fucking matter. But Trump was like a little baby getting panties in a bunch every time anybody said anything about him. You know? Right. Well, that's so in other words, New Groove, Trump was a perfect example of the problem. He's repping one side against the other side. That's the problem. That's not a statesman. That's a wicked, selfish, ESFP fucking moron. The fact that he still has hold on so many hearts and minds of his hardcore group of people just shows you how virulent this disease is. Oh, you mean the people who were pro-Trump now hate Pence because Pence didn't go along with Trump's bullshit narrative? I mean, they're all SFJs and STPs. The answer to that question would be contingent upon the justice question. In other words, if there's a large group of foreigners who are moving in on a small pocket of Americans with the intent of murdering them all, then I have no problem taking out that entire group of foreigners, right? But if you're saying I can gain some benefits for my constituents by doing unjust harm against large groups of other people, the answer is no, I won't do that. The thing being, I won't do it because it's unjust. It has nothing to do. The question of the constituency benefits or not, the constituency, Americans never benefit from America being underhanded, shady, wicked, secretive, hypocritical, etc. That doesn't represent our values. Sorry. It's weird because most people want the same things in life, yet we let this small percentage of disagreement dictate our current chaos. In fact, we're not even letting things we disagree about meaningfully affect our chaos, create this chaos. But you're exactly right. But people are arguing over things that aren't even bills, right? They aren't ever going to become bills. People vote on somebody, whether or not, like I had somebody come in here one time when I was talking about becoming president, and they asked me, will I accept money from corporations? Well, sure, I'll accept money from anybody. And the reason is because I will make it very clear and have all along exactly what all my positions are, how I'm going to rule, blah, 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 blah. If you like what you're hearing, donate your money to me. If you don't. Now, let's say, well, I took money from this corporation, and then I am president, and they send somebody to come talk to me about something. My first statement is, I sure the fuck hope you don't think because you donated to my campaign, you have any influence here. The reason you donated, presumably, was because you knew I was the right person to make the decisions without your input. If you don't think that, if you didn't think that, I never gave you any reason to believe that you donating money to my campaign was going to give you some sort of influence. And the fact that you concluded it would means you ignored everything I fucking said. Now, what do you have to say for yourself? That's my donor in front of me, okay, who's giving me $10 million. Getting my foot up his ass for presuming that a political donation doesn't work the way it's supposed to work. It's not a bribe. It's an endorsement of my politics. It's not a get into the office and get to decide one thing card. It's your endorsement of my decision-making capacity. I'd be happy to hear anybody's arguments, right? But the thing is, they don't have to have given me money. I'm happy to hear arguments. The lobbyists can come lobby me all they want. I mean, I only have a limited amount of time to listen to them. But that's the thing is, it shouldn't take long. All a lobbyist has to do is come in and give me the winning argument, and I'll agree with them. And then that'll be a quick conversation. If they don't have the winning argument and they're trying to lobby me, they are wasting their fucking time. Nothing. The rich are already taxed to fuck. And I'm not going to be able to undo that. So I guarantee you, after my term, people will still be taxed too much. Don't worry. Yep. After my term, I'm not going to be able to solve the taxation problem. I have one goal as far as tax policy goes. This is the other thing is, how reasonable is my scope? How reasonable is my agenda? Is it something that can actually be accomplished? Or am I just smoking crack? You know, my one goal that I would like to have accomplished as far as tax policy, I'd like to eliminate the capital gains tax, which is the most regressive tax on the American tax code and prevent poor people from getting wealthy. So I do have one tax agenda, and it's extremely progressive. It's get rid of the capital gains tax. Jeff Bezos earned a $4,000 child tax credit in 2018. I think everybody gets one if you have a kid, right? I think you get it no matter what your income is. That's not big. The fact that he had zero income, though, I mean, really? Look, if in fact we have extremely wealthy individuals who are getting away without paying any taxes, well, my first point is that's what happens when you try to make taxation progressive. It gets ever more regressive because you have to create these incredibly ever more complex systems of dividing between who's qualified for less taxes and who's not, which means you've got to create ever more complex systems for meeting the paperwork requirements of that until taxing ultimately becomes the person who can pay the best paperwork person pays the fewest taxes. Who can hire the best paperwork person? Rich people. So, of course, progressive taxation always turns regressive. You need a flat tax. Ideally, if we were going to fix taxation, the best thing we could do is eliminate all taxes and put in a fairly large national sales tax. Sales taxes are progressive because rich people buy a lot more stuff. You could still make food exempt so that basic stuffs wouldn't be taxed, which would make it further progressive, and at least it's honest. It would eliminate the incredible drain on resources that the current taxation system is. We have an entire industry of people devoted toward helping you pay less taxes. So why is that? Well, that's progressive taxation in a nutshell. You got a 14,000 page U.S. federal tax code. 14,000 pages long of tax code. So, are poor people going to be able to navigate that themselves? Nobody's going to be able to navigate that themselves. Who's going to be able to afford who's going to be able to afford experts to navigate it for them. The poor? No. So the thing is, however, I recognize that there's a deeply entrenched misconception in the American populace, which is that this process that we keep applying to help make things more equal in terms of wealth distribution is doing the opposite. It's accomplishing the opposite. Every time you take more taxes, that means more wealth gets burned in the incinerator. 20%, approximately 25% of wealth taken in taxes is burned in the incinerator, which is to say it pays for operating costs that are associated with taking that money and reusing it to do something else. So there's a lot of loss that just goes along with in having this middleman between wealth and expenditure. And so the thing is, well, okay, but these people are so rich, we need to tax more from them. Mostly, that just makes the rich people poorer. It doesn't help the poor people at all. And that's the thing. We need to stop thinking in terms of privilege being the problem. Privilege is not a problem. Wealth is not a problem. Success is not a problem. We don't help other people be more wealthy, more successful by punishing examples of success so that nobody succeeds. That's not smart, not a good idea to do it. At the same time, I agree that the federal government has incredible financial burdens for which they need a substantial amount of tax revenue to meet existing burdens, existing commitments, okay? There's a limited amount that can be done in 4 years. And the idea that I would spend my 4 years trying to make unpopular tax cuts to the rich is insane. I'm not going to be doing that at all. In fact, I'm going to be staying away from the tax code mostly entirely, with one exception. I would like to eliminate the capital gains tax, and I'm even willing to increase taxes elsewhere to make up the difference. Because that's how important that particular fucked up mechanism is in terms of harm production. The capital gains tax is responsible for locking wealth down in rich people's bank accounts for years and years and years. If there weren't the capital gains tax, people would take their profits from their stocks and shit and reinvest. And money would flow through the system much more fluidly and everybody would benefit. But instead, capital gains tax means that rich people are always deferring the opportunity to take their profits because when they take their profits, they have to pay their taxes. And the government's going to take a huge amount of it. Keep in mind, the money they invested to purchase those investments was taxed when they earned it. If they had chosen to spend it all on cigarettes, then there'd be no additional taxes except for sales taxes. If they had chosen to spend it all on bread, there'd be no additional taxes at all. If they chose it to go on a vacation or something. So in other words, according to the government, it's fine to spend your money, but it's not fine to get richer from it. And that's the problem, is that if we really want upward mobility, we have to allow poor people to score sometimes, right? To invest, make a great investment, get a huge return on it, and not be double, triple taxed on it, you know? So yeah, we're going to get rid of the capital gains tax is my number one priority. Get rid of it entirely. It's a fucked up idea. It's fundamentally unfair. If I've been taxed on my money, if I earned some money and the government took 20% of it or whatever, then how I spend it is up to me. Okay. If I choose to invest it and I hit and I get money back from it, that's mine. You don't tax that money. That's the result of the money I've spent that you've already taxed. You already got your fucking pound of flesh. As far as the military goes, here's what I have to say about that. I would like to see our military spending cut a chunk, not a huge amount, I'm not a pacifist, and I don't believe that we're wise to lose our military advantage. But I also don't believe that we need to keep huge standing armies and stuff in contradiction to the Constitution, just on the off chance that we might need them someday. We shouldn't. Right now, we're not at war with anybody but North Korea, and therefore we shouldn't be blowing anybody up but North Koreans. We don't need any guns to shoot at anybody but North Koreans at the moment. Now, that doesn't mean we should pull a post World War I maneuver and basically stop thinking that we're ever going to need to use force again, and be like, France and be like, well, our World War I guns, that's working against you Nazi tanks. What are we going to do? We don't want to be in that situation. But that's not going to happen nowadays. It's a new world, right? We've got nuclear weapons. We've got more nuclear weapons than we know what to do with. So, and nuclear weapons thus far have proven 100% effective in deterring aggression against you. In other words, no country that has nuclear weapons has ever been meaningfully aggressed against by another country with nuclear weapons. And the thing is, if you're aggressed against by a country without nuclear weapons, their aggression is mostly symbolic, because they know if they ever actually threaten your sovereignty, you'll use your nuclear weapons on them. So it's interesting, because when I was in high school and in debate, there was still a lot of fear that we were unavoidably on course towards global nuclear war. I think, whereas nowadays in debate, what I hear from debaters is the general consensus is mutually assured destruction works. So you can see a lot about society's attitudes towards things in debate. And one thing that's probably encouraging to those of you who don't like identity politics is the identity politics fad in debate is over. So there was a stretch of several years where identity politics cases were winning all the time. But of course, that only lasted until people built up the cases against it adequately, because the identity politics cases don't withstand any scrutiny logically. So ultimately, they don't win for very long in debate. They only win when they're new and people haven't figured out all the answers to them yet. That's good news, because almost always society follows debate about 10 years behind in terms of its attitudes. Albert Einstein is often quoted as saying, "I know not what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones." And that's, of course, completely bullshit. It's in complete denial of the fact that genies don't go back in bottles. We will never be reduced to a state of primitiveness again. There are too many resource hordes of various sorts, informational, physical, and otherwise. Whatever is going to kill us is either going to destroy the species entirely, actual extinction, or we'll pick up somewhere between the Dark Ages and now. We're never going to go back to the Dark Ages. It's too late. We've established too many semi-permanent caches of resource. Good night, Gracie. Genexial just pulled a good night, Gracie, on you, like leaf trimmer. Does anybody recognize that reference? The good night, Gracie reference? How many people recognize that? It's an old reference. I'm showing my age here for sure. What are the arguments against identity politics? Well, basically, it's my opponent's attempting to make a pre-fiat argument here that we should vote on his identity and my identity rather than the issues debated in the round. The problem with this kind of pre-fiat argument, one, it presumes that he's being honest about his identity. And two, it presumes that he can know and make statements about my identity without even asking me any questions about it. So number 3 is, if he's going to genuinely win this round because he's black and rode the bus here, and I'm white and rode here in a BMW, then first he's going to need to establish that I'm actually not blacker and poorer than he is. He's yet to establish that. There's no reason to conclude that's the case. After all, skin color, while being a vague correlate to self-identity regarding race, is not a discrete attribute. It's a spectrum, and I think both you and my opponent would agree that no party here has the right to force me to identify as a given race. So until he establishes that I'm actually the race he identifies me as, it's quite possible that even if we agree with his reasoning, that I should win the round because I'm blacker and poorer than he is. It's just like the Capcays fell the way of the dinosaurs. Why did Capcays fall the way of the dinosaurs? So it used to be the case that people would come in and run capitalism critiques, which said basically we should negate this resolution because affirming it supports capitalism and capitalism is evil. But what kept happening to those debaters? So where'd you get your MacBook that you're using in this round? That's what happened to them. Did you make it yourself? Did it fall from the sky? Or your parents bought it for you? And how did they get their money? So you don't like capitalism, right? So you'll just be debating from memory this round. Just close your laptop then. You don't want to support capitalism. That's all it took to end Capcays, was pointing out the fact that you would not ever be able to run this Capcay without the myriad benefits of capitalism upon which your case depends. Are there fact checks for astrology? It's one of the nice things about astrology. I never have to get mad about people being wrong about it. You know, I don't care. Whatever you say about my moon or sun or whatever is just as right as whatever else you say about it. So I don't care. It's like that's the great thing about magic stuff. Astrology, tarot, it's not subject to TI critique, so I don't ever have to be mad about it. You might critique the whole thing, say, well, this is not a correct way to understand things or predict things, but you can't critique any specific thing that people say about it. Like, well, let's say somebody says Tauruses are known for being giggly and flighty, and most people say no, they're not. That's not the typical understanding of Taurus. But then you're just saying, what's the typical understanding of it? Now, there's no way to check, well, what actually is it? You know, let's go look at it together and see. You know, you can't do that, right? So most people would agree that Taurus, the idea of a Taurus doesn't correlate with being flighty and giggly, but rather typically is associated with being grounded and I guess stubborn or something. But we can't, there's no way to check to see who's right. It's just the person who's right is the one who agrees with consensus most. Okay, so I do have plans regarding Taiwan. One of my first acts as president is going to send the Navy to blockade Taiwan and prevent Chinese ships from accessing it, except through American intermediaries. And I'm going to make a bunch of words about it before I do it. The gist of it being this: China, you are welcome to have Taiwan. All you need to do is win the argument that it's just for you to do so. However, I want to present a second alternative. Since China unity is so important to you, PRC, I would like the PRC government to abdicate to the Taiwanese government and let Taiwan be the government of all of one China. Then that's fine. We will not be referring to it as Chinese Taipei anymore. We'll be referring to it by its name, Taiwan. And you have no legal right to be taking over Taiwan, unlike Hong Kong. And so we're not going to shoot a single bullet at you, China, but we're not going to let you have any autonomous access to Taiwan. If you fire a bullet at us, you can expect shock and awe. No, we won't do anything unjust like you're doing. But if your injustice initiates aggression against us, we will respond in kind. That's exactly my plan with Taiwan. It's very precise, very specific, and it's exactly what I want to do. And I will do it to the extent that I can. There may be other checks and balances within the government system that prevent me from doing so or something, possibly. But to the extent that I'm able to do that, and I should be able to as commander-in-chief, since I'm not starting any aggression, it's a purely defensive and diplomatic exercise. It's within my power as president to do that. And if, in fact, they start a war against us, I have no doubt that I will have the Congress's full support in declaring war. And at that point, China, I mean, the thing is, the reality is it won't get to that. It won't get to that. Because no matter how much China wants Taiwan, what they really want is to be allowed to continue to fuck around on the boundaries and not be pushed to make a real decision and make actual, it's like China's not going to invade Taiwan. That's the problem. I wish China would just invade Taiwan, because then we could go, fuck you, and send our armies over there or whatever. But they're not going to do that. They're going to continue trying to avoid addressing any of the real questions directly, having to make a real choice, and continue playing border skirmish with India, continue playing, infest and corrupt China, infest and corrupt Taiwan and Hong Kong rather than shoot them. And that's the insidiousness of the Chinese way. Well, I'm not fooled by it at all. And China is not going to get away with any bullshit under my thing. And the point is, I'm going to say, use your words like a grown-up, China. Win the fucking argument that this is just. In actuality, the only legitimate government of China is the Taiwanese government, who extracted themselves from the UN when the PRC came in and sort of bullied their way through in the mid-70s. Those statuses have never changed. The PRC is functionally the representative of China. Taiwan is the legal representative of China. So why shouldn't they be the single government of one China instead of the PRC? Let their diplomats answer those questions with real answers. And they won't be able to, because I've been to China and they don't think well. And then I'm going to say, well, you got two choices here then. You have a chance to grow up and be respected by the international community, engage with us like adults, or sit here and be shamed and lose all of your precious face. Well, I mean, the thing is, this is a question I get a lot, and I think it's indicative of one thing that's terribly wrong about American politics. Ulterior motive says, how do you plan to get elected with no use of TE tactics? Well, I don't plan to get elected with no use of TE tactics. Just because I'm not highly valuing of expert thinking doesn't mean I don't recognize the necessity of it. But more importantly, somehow Americans have forgotten what it means to be involved in a democracy. We citizens decide every election whether we're going to vote only in the election or vote and run in the election, because every citizen has the right to do that, right? And in a democracy, as a voter, we have the ability to vote for the person who's most correct, who says the right things, who we believe will be the best leader. And instead, what people keep getting confused about is they keep focusing on who's most likely to win. Well, I mean, if everybody does their jobs, the best candidate is most likely to win. If people are voting on as a prediction of who's going to win rather than who's going to be the best president, then they're doing it wrong. So if you're asking me, well, how am I going to win if I don't have enough TE tactics? Well, how is that relevant to you as a voter? It's not. Vote for the best person. That's me. You might say, that's unrealistic, Eric. I live in a swing state. I need to know my vote's going to count. Well, your vote's always going to count no matter who you vote for. Voting for the winning side doesn't mean your vote counted more. Everybody would be better off voting for the correct losing candidate than voting for a bad winning candidate. Nobody's well served when a bad candidate wins. So what difference does it make what my likelihood to win is? It shouldn't impact your decision to vote for me at all. Well, I have a video up that has shit tons of hate comments from PRC people, in which I'm working with a student. She's from the PRC. She's 14 years old, and she's been brainwashed her whole life. But now she's in America, and she's working with me. And she says, she argues the PRC party line that Taiwan is theirs, that there's one China, and that we don't understand because we don't have our history, and that America did the same thing in the Civil War. It's just like, okay, I'm sorry you were brainwashed, but here's reality. And I tell her all about China, how fucked up it is, and how the difference between China and America is, well, right now I might be criticizing China. I spend much more time criticizing my own nation's policies and saying what we ought to do than I do criticizing China's policies. No, that's not the case with Chinese citizens. They're not spending any of their time criticizing Chinese policies. That's why China sucks so much ass. Well, Jeremiah Fix says, Eric, Pentagon funded Wuhan lab allegedly. The Pentagon has funding fingers in a number of labs around the world, as does other elements of the federal government. Part of that is because if the U.S. government is going to have access to or involvement in research on certain kinds of biological weapons, it makes more sense to do it far away from America. But part of that is because, we'd rather be a part of something like that, know what's going on somewhat, than be excluded entirely. If China is working on viruses that could be used as biological weapons, we want to make sure that we're garnering the beneficial data that relates to how to vaccinate, how to stop, or whatever. I don't doubt that there was U.S. funding in labs all over the world. The Wuhan lab, from which the virus escaped, probably, it's almost certainly an accidental lab release. It's almost certainly not intentional, but we'll never know for sure. I said this a long time ago when everybody else and all the mainstream media was saying it was a naturally occurring virus. I actually researched it and concluded that no, it's not, and that's bullshit. And that's the thing. If you know how to critique arguments, it's pretty straightforward being correct. It really is. I Googled all the data about, I Googled the issue, and I read all the articles that said it's a natural virus, looking for their warrants. What are their warrants? What are their justifications as to why it's natural? And what I determined, even after looking at many articles, was that there was only one warrant. And the warrant and there were only two scientists being quoted, and they were saying the same warrant, which was that it's natural because it's so close to an existing bat virus. It's 96% the same. And shockingly, none of these major news organizations printing these articles about this, quoting these scientists, pointed out what I knew right away, which is 96% isn't close at all. In terms of like DNA and stuff, that's miles and miles apart. To say that we found a virus in bats is 96%, and that's the closest, and the closeness of it means that it must be natural. I mean, the basic problem is, but that's not close, right? If it was 99.999, okay, but 96 in terms of genetic similarity is not close at all. How is it that, I mean, I'm not a science guy, right? I'm not into biology or chemistry or physics really, except sort of as a casual armchair observer. I'm no expert on virology or whatever. Why is it that I'm the only one out of all of those news organizations printing those articles who said, wait, but 96% isn't close? Why am I the only one who said that? How could it be? It's like so obvious, you know? The other thing that I read an argument somebody else pointed out, and this was not my own observation, was that in every other instance where we have a virus that has been transmitted from an animal to humans, we're able to identify specifically which animal that transmission came from. This is the only instance where it's being claimed that it's been transmitted from an animal where we can't identify the animal. Of course, early on you would say, well, they did identify it, it's a bat. Except they didn't identify it. That was what the actual answer was. Oh, no, we can't find any virus that's the same. The closest we could find is 96%. And that got turned into, oh, we found a virus that's almost the same, 96% somehow. It's like, what? How did this happen? Who's not thinking? Besides everybody, apparently, you know? No, I didn't. See, you're focused too much on people. Whenever I hear people start naming names, I know that they're angry and they picked a villain. Sometimes the person actually is a villain, but remember what was actually responsible for the COVID clusterfuck? Was it Fauci? Was it Trump? Was it those damn leftists? Was it those damn conservatives? Was it what was actually responsible for the COVID clusterfuck? The desire to conform. Okay, well, what does the email say? And what's your point, though? What point are you trying to make, Leaf Trimmer? Well, for a number of reasons, COVID was probably created in a lab. To be honest, the most convincing evidence of that is China's behavior in the immediate aftermath of it coming out publicly. Okay, well, look, yes, votes still count in the sense that it is the case that you have voted. It is the case that a candidate has received your vote. It counts because instead of losing by 10 votes, I lose by 9 because you voted for me. So yeah, it counts for sure. The idea that you only had impact if you vote for the winning candidate is a strangely and artificially amputated understanding of impact, right? Yeah, so I'm not going to watch that video. Votes count because voting is not an exercise in causing the impact you want. It's an exercise in expressing support for a candidate. But what does the email say? What's your and most importantly, what's your point? Right. So yeah, I'm definitely not going to watch that video because obviously it's equivocating on the term counting. A vote counts because you know you voted for the right person. because the person you voted for knows at least someone understood that candidate's position and voted for them. It impacts the individual human beings who engage in the processes of voting or being voted for. This is the problem, is we keep thinking voting is about getting the candidate vote, is about picking the candidate that wins or something. No, that's why it's all fucked up. It doesn't matter who wins from your perspective as a voter. It shouldn't. What matters from your perspective as a voter is that you vote for the right person. And if you voted for the right person, then you can be comfortable with yourself and live with yourself as a decent human being. And if you voted for the wrong person and conclude later that you voted for the wrong person, then you have to experience regret and go, fuck, I'm not going to do that again. Right? That's the point of voting. No, it's applicable to the individuals. It's only not applicable when we ignore and pretend neither voters nor candidates are people. Then it's not applicable. But when we acknowledge that both voters and candidates are human beings, then of course it matters. Right? So yeah, if you wanted to find things away so that they don't mean anything, then you can argue anything. And that's fine. I'm not going to waste my time listening to that kind of stupid argument. What was the email he received? Nobody told me what the email he received. It was so bad, supposedly. And regardless, Fauci's not the problem. He was a public face of a global incompetency that swept most people here up in its bullshit as well, even though they were hearing from me good reason to know it was bullshit. So it's like, don't try to single out Fauci. It's like 6.8 billion people are equally responsible for being equally hysterically stupid. And they have no excuse because I was telling them the truth right at the beginning. They had the opportunity to tune into me and listen. So there's no excuse. And for those of you who were here and persisting in your perspectives after I had made the winning arguments, there's really no excuse. So you should be going, shame on me for not listening more to Eric. What the fuck did the email say? Will somebody tell me? Okay, fine. Chance, that represents your views somewhat closely, but not as much as the guy that has no chance. The thing is, that's not reality in terms of candidates, right? So, we only have that situation where there's the lesser of two evils in the main election. That's never the circumstance until after the primaries. So it's like, that's not a good reason to vote for somebody in the primary, because the lesser of two evils is going to be presumably your party's candidate regardless. So in the primaries, that doesn't make any sense at all. You could say, well, I want to vote for this candidate in the primaries because they're going to have a better chance against the other guy's opponent in the major election. That's fine. But the thing is, that's just dumb thinking, because the person who's going up against the other opponent in the main election, at that point, you're down to two people and they have equal access to the podium. So one should believe that the correctness at that point will win the discourse and convince the voters. So, right, it's like, let's say you're voting in a primary and there's a bunch of Republican candidates in the primary, and I'm one of them. You don't think I have a chance to win the primary, but you think Ted Cruz does, and you like him better than Trump, so you vote for Ted Cruz. Well, that's silly because it's very short-sighted. Even if it's the case that Ted Cruz has a better chance to win the primary, he has a worse chance to win the major general election than I do. So the thing is, if that's the logic behind it, then it's logic that needs to be applied further down the line as well, not just in this limited instance. I mean, I don't find him to be talented at all. When I see him speak, I think, wow, he's really struggling. He is really struggling. He's not comfortable in his own skin. It's obvious. He's not comfortable in that frame of reference, debating, arguing, so forth. He's really like tense, and I will always be this relaxed in every context, politically. He's won debate awards and has audiographic memory. Okay, well, maybe he was a good competition flow debater, but he's not good at discursive debate at the political level. It's like if you've seen him on TV talking, you know that he's very stiff, very uncomfortable, very unhappy in his own skin. So he just conveys that as he's speaking. Well, and this is you miss Obama because he was a decent orator. Well, I'm the same type as Obama, obviously. And the thing is, when I'm talking, no matter how big the format, no matter how many people I'm talking to, no matter whether I'm up on stage, no matter how hot the lights or whatever, I am never uncertain. It's like there will never be a moment when I am confused or lack clarity. I'll go into any context knowing that I already have all of the best answers. I already have all of the winning things against whomever I'm up against. That there's no way anybody can surprise me. That I don't know how to address that question. If I don't know the answer to it, the way to address it is I don't know the answer to that. I'll have to look into it some more. In other words, life's really easy when you have a straightforward policy of always telling the truth and trying to be correct. It's really easy. It's like there would be no stress on me at any point during a political campaign process. I won't need to worry about anything because I'm not worried about somebody revealing some secret that I'm hiding. I don't have any secrets. I'm not willing about somebody catching me being wrong or cornering me into saying something that I don't want to admit because I want to say everything I want to say. I don't want to try to keep words away from you. I don't want to hide the fact that I really believe this or that or the other thing. I don't want to try to massage and shape my actual beliefs into a more palatable form for you by misleading you about what they are. I don't believe I need to do that because everything I am advocating for is correct and well parsed, well versed, and well critiqued, well understood. It fits into a larger framework. I understand everything from the top level frame to the bottom level policy matter. I hate Andrew Jackson, of course. He was one of America's worst presidents. Him and Trump get put in the worst president ever box. For the same reason, they're both ESFPs who had no respect for the office or the institutions of democracy or the checks and balances that necessarily keep a civil society civil. Andrew Jackson ignored the Supreme Court's order regarding the Indians and sent them off their land anyway. In other words, he dispossessed them of their property illegally against the direct instructions of the Supreme Court because he had no respect for the balance of powers. There are three branches of the government, and the courts are the ultimate voice in what can and cannot be done by the other branches. So Andrew Jackson, in my mind, is a traitor. And if I had been alive at the time, I would have advocated strongly for finding him guilty of treason and hanging him by the neck till dead. I certainly wouldn't have put him on a $20 bill. It's not okay to ignore the respective roles of the three branches of government. When you do, horrible bullshit happens, like the Trail of Tears. I mean, all the bad things I've ever talked about that I've done, I've talked about it plenty of times. The worst thing I ever did was have a drunk driving accident in Tijuana when I was 18, and I popped out of the car, and this slew of Mexicans came out of the back of this this station wagon, and I was just like, I was so drunk I had passed out while driving. Okay, and I got out of the car, and I looked when I came to like this, there were these two spider web cracks in my windshield where my and my friend Dave's heads had hit the windshield when we crashed in the back of this car. Okay. I got out of the car. I looked at the station wagon. I said, no damage. Looks great. Got back in the car and drove away as fast as I could with the lights off. That's the worst thing I've ever done. But it was a long ass time ago. You know, at 18, who doesn't make a few drunken mistakes in Tijuana? Do I feel bad about it? As far as I know, nobody was hurt. But the thing is, it was hit and runny enough that I didn't take the time to check, really. And I didn't see any clear indications of anybody being hurt or killed by that in that accident, but it's possible. And I wouldn't have known if it had happened because I spent so little time assessing what had happened. So it's possible I have hurt or killed somebody without knowing it. But that's the worst thing I've ever done. So there's my skeleton. Go ahead. Hanging out for everybody to look at. If somebody from Tijuana who was in that station wagon remembers the incident and can come out of the woodwork somehow and tell me what, how did that play out on your end after I wickedly drove away? I would love to hear what happened and how culpable I am. For years, I felt a great deal of guilt and like wickedness about it because my thought was, what if I killed somebody? What if I killed somebody or what if I hurt somebody? And the fact that when I got out of the car briefly, I didn't see anything like that. That's not inadequate. That's not adequate evidence to conclude that it didn't happen because I was shit-faced drunk and didn't spend much time assessing, like I said. The only reason I remember it clearly is because it was right after my head had slammed into the windshield and woken me up in no uncertain terms. So the thing is, I've gotten increasingly more moral ever since that day. Not because of that day, but that's just growing up, And when you start looking for me doing bad things, the bad things I do now are so minor that you couldn't find any traction for it at all. The first thing that came to mind as a bad thing I've done recently was something that happened in last April when Rachel came back to here after having been in New York for a while. And I don't know, just out of some sort of weird nervousness or something, I made up a lie about why this lotion was out in the bathroom, because the truth was I was using it when I was masturbating. But then I almost immediately fessed up and said, I don't know why I just did that. That's the last bad thing, really genuinely wicked thing I can think I've done. I told a lie. That's the last explicit lie I can remember telling. I don't doubt if I told some untruths that I can't remember in between, but I do feel pretty good about myself for being a good person. And I do think that others should acknowledge that or at least that they shouldn't say the opposite, right? I am a good person. I put a lot of effort and time into being moral rather than wicked, and moral rather than amoral. Prior to quitting drinking, I was more amoral, but I still hated the idea of being critiqued on hypocrisy. So that constrained me a lot. Once I quit drinking, I had a more active morality, a more defined relationship with magical thinking and the ineffable aspects of ethics. Hi, Lijo. I appreciated your comment on my video the other day. Yesterday, I guess it was. And your NI is working fine. That video I put up yesterday about TIB and the shit talk function is unusually good for me. I've watched it a couple of times. I was like, wow, that's a good one, Eric. I bet this one's going to do well. It's not too complicated. It's got nice graphics that go along with everything I'm saying. And they're simple graphics, which people like simple graphics, simple concepts, or decent concepts explained with simple graphics is the ideal thing. If you get something that's kind of a complicated idea, but you have a simple graphic that sums it up, that really helps most people who watch it. I'm so language oriented. It took me a long time to get that because I typically don't need graphics unless you're describing something physical. Like if you're describing how leverage here will make this thing move over there, I'm going to need some graphics to show me where the energy transfer points are or something. I can't visualize that kind of stuff very well. But if you're just talking about philosophical abstractions like cognitive functions, I could do that whole video without any graphics, and I'd feel very comfortable that everything made sense and should be easily understood. Of course, that's just projecting my own way of attending onto everybody because I'm so not visual. But the other thing is when I have those pictures there in the slides, most importantly is that it keeps me from going on tangents because every time I get to the end of what I'm saying about one slide, I push the next slide. And so then therefore it's more it wastes less time. It asks less patience of the viewer. Some Hispanics hate Mexico, among other Hispanic countries. Leaf trimmer, I'd prefer if you call me Latino rather than Hispanic. You can call me either Latino, you can call me a member of La Raza, or you can call me a Mexicana, or you can call me a Tejano, but please don't call me Hispanic. How is that video not immoral? What video? According to you, I don't think evil exists, shrug. I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. Seriously. I have never said I don't think evil exists. And what I said there is I'm a TI user. These are TI perspectives. They're kind of dickish perspectives. The best thing I can do as a TI is be fair and acknowledge that and spend some time making fun of the dickishness of TI as well as demonstrating it. Is it wicked to use a subjective deliberation calculus if you're empowered to force policy on everybody? Yeah, it is, for sure. Because you have a responsibility to use a disinterested calculus in that context. I have never once disavowed the existence of evil and good. Never once. I don't know where you got that notion from. I'm absolutely a moral absolutist. So this comment of yours here, Sean, is a mess for multiple reasons. So it's like, I don't think evil exists, shrug. However, use type function stack as exculpatory. No. So there's so much wrong with this comment, right? First of all, I never made the assertion that evil doesn't exist at all. I don't know where you got that from. And I never said that my function stack excused me from any bad action. I would point out that I engaged in no bad action in that video. That my ranting about how FI makes me mad is within my legal and moral prerogative. But I did better than most people would do, which is I was abundantly fair and also critiquing TI and TE for the ways in which they presume to be the better ways of doing their respective things, and to try to push that on everybody else. So I don't have anything to excuse myself for. There's nothing exculpatory about my cognitive function stack, because my shit talking is not wicked. Sure. Well, it's not just a misunderstanding, Sean. It's you using the wrong words. There's nothing. I never indicated that my function stack excused me from anything. Actually, I prefer to be called a Hispano-Latino, like both. A Hispano-Latino-akin. I like to be all three. The point is, TI is going to make mistakes sometimes. The worst mistakes that TI makes is this. A TI user in a relationship with a feeler spends time explaining to the feeler how they need to stop using their feelings to make decisions about their own lives. That's TI wickedness, because it's taking the universal critique deliberation method and applying it to individuals in their personal lives, where it's not appropriate. So there is a corollary between the FI wickedness, which is each has its appropriate dominion, and when it tries to force its way in the inappropriate dominion, it's behaving wickedly.
Yeah, I muted the stream, and then I clicked the one in your channel list, like the Talking with Famous People one. So I think I can read this with like the inflection from the way I was typing it, the way I meant it. The same words, but just, you know.
Okay, inflect it how you want.
Right, because I'm like, how is that video not immoral? I said, according to you, this means your thing. Because like I don't believe evil exists. That's what I'm saying. /shrug. And then I'm like, but you use type. In my perception in that video, I thought you were using your cognitive stack as exculpatory for being a dick, and like TI is compelled to be a dick and can't help it. And so that was my interpretation of that. And then prior to this, like you've said so many times, and I respect you for that. And I mean, I respect your opinion no matter what, but like I agree with it and respect it in that count. When you tell people your cognitive stack's not an excuse for being a douche, right? So this.
I wasn't being a dick. But I wasn't being a dick. That's the problem you're having there, right? I was.
No, I don't mean that you were being a dick in the video. I meant that in the video you said this is why TI is dicks. Like they have to do that because they're stacked. Like I interpreted your video as giving them sort of a kind of a not like a carte blanche, but like a little bit of a free pass for like being a dick for TI.
No, instead, what I gave them is the capacity to recognize that perspective is what it is, and it is going to be the best for what its purpose is, but that it's naturally negationary. And so it's like the problem isn't that people embrace excuses to be more dicks. The problem is that people don't understand why they're being a dick.
I mean, this is why I asked, because I didn't assume anyway. Because first time I even met you, like you got a different vibe than I'm used to anyway from LA and all that. Like I don't even know half the time you're being sarcastic sometimes. So like it's just the way I wrote it. If you just it's those words in that order, but it's just a total different inflection. So,
I think that who I think in general has this weird perspective about people abusing cognitive functions to make excuses for themselves. I like
that you're always against that.
Right, but what I'm saying is I'm against the idea that happens. I would be against it as well if somebody were to try to make an excuse like, well, I can't be expected to be correct, even though the job requires it because of my cognitive function stacks, then that would not be an acceptable kind of excuse. But what I'm saying is I don't think people actually do that ever. I don't think that anybody ever says, I'm excused from this because I understand cognitive functions well, so fuck it, I'm not going to require of myself something that otherwise I ought to require of myself. I just don't think it happens.
It's just a different angle that I've seen it before. Because like one way you do use say, and this isn't using it as sculpture, but I've seen you use it talking to others, consoling them, and then like forgiving yourself and telling others to forgive themselves because like, look, you have a tendency for that, you know, it's going to catch you here and there, right? Like, and like I think that's fine. You know, like somebody forget something, whatever, you know, whatever it is, kind of thing. It's like that's kind of a weak spot for you. Like, don't beat yourself up over it too much. But when I watched the video, I got like a different interpretation. Maybe you're just on a roll, you know what I mean? Because it just seemed like you were just like, and T.I.'s got to be this dick, and it's like, you know, can't, like, I don't know. It just, the way I interpret the video was like a different energy than I ever saw from you before. So I was like, what's this? Because
I mean, my main point of it was there's a lot of different points, but from my perspective, the point that I thought was interesting that caused me to make the video was ultimately that you can do this about TI, but you can't do it about other functions. So in other words, if I were to tell you, here's what SE thinks about Mia, I would be engaged in metaphor. I'd be saying, really what I'd be saying is here's what most SE DOMs might say about a given thing, maybe. But with TI, I can actually treat TI as though it were its own person with its own perspectives, because unlike every other function, that's what that function does. Now, the thing is, being a person who's using a cognitive function is different than me trying to talk about a cognitive function in isolation of a person. In that video, I was trying to talk about the function in isolation of the person and saying that because TI parses mostly to see what's wrong, it's naturally going to have a pretty clear position on all the other functions that all TI users are mostly going to share. Whereas with any other function, you won't find that uniformity of perspective.
I think SE qualifies to go for sure. Like maybe because I'm an SE child. Like I really think you could personify SE because it doesn't want to think about the past.
Let me explain why you can't.
It wants to be in the moment.
Let me explain why you can't. Because an SE user, how are they going to respond to someone else's NI? Well, it depends. If they like what they hear, they might act upon it. If they don't like what they hear, they might not. If it doesn't apply to them, they might not really even pay attention to it.
I think it depends on TI.
No, but look, TI is different. If you say, listen, if TI is different, because if you say we should all eat what's most healthy, that's why I'm eating this bag of rocks, then every TI user will say some variation of the same thing, either, but are rocks healthy, or rocks aren't healthy, or why do you think eating rocks is healthy? Or if you're eating the healthiest thing, then why are you eating rocks? Or some variation on that, because there's an implicit apparent contradiction that needs to be resolved. We can consistently expect TI users to always respond the same way. FI users, let's say they hate the person. Good, you deserve to eat rocks. Let's say they love the person. No, honey, that's not healthy for you. Right? So that's why only TI is consistently going to voice consistent perspectives. That doesn't make it better. That doesn't make it better. That doesn't make it better. It makes it something that we can use to explain perspectives and how they're slightly different from attentional matters.
Well, I don't think every function has that. I just think SE, specifically SE.
But no, SE's very much not. No, SE acts upon realities as they are in the moment and the specific particular. It's not about universal rules.
I mean, I've seen, like, when the first time I talked to you about SE, like universal rules between males when they're SE, they're using SE, and they can have nonverbal communication and establish a pick and order straight up. Like, it's universal. Nobody has to teach you that. It's just in the instinct, you know? And like, you know, with the SE, like, I'm an SE child, right? Like,
so what's the rule though then? If you say it's a universal rule, so what universal rule does SE use to determine who's dominant? If you say that's SE.
Like the one that's the dominant. like the one that's
So,
physically-
but what's the rule that you put into words that we can apply as a test to determine? Oh, it doesn't have that. It doesn't have that because it's SE, not TI. It's responsive to realities that are fluid and changing in the moment. It's not universal like that.
I mean, why isn't it a universal perception? Like everyone there, like there's no bullshit. Nobody, like SE doesn't tell you that you're bigger than somebody else.
Just because everybody in a given particular instance agrees on something that is specific to that instance doesn't mean they're all applying the same universal rule.
No, it's just for the perception. What they do with the perception or whatever.
Okay.
The perception is universal. Like who is the dominant male in the situation?
No, it's not Okay, look. First of all, perceptions are things that an individual has. I have perceptions. You have perceptions. There's no such thing as a universal perception.
There is. It's SE or SI. What are you talking about? Like SE is universal. That's the point. Except for where I am in the room. Like my
Okay. At this point, you're using the word universal. At this point, you're using the word universal to mean common to all humans.
Yes.
So you are guilty of equivocation. You are guilty of equivocation then.
Huh?
So you are guilty of equivocation. That's not what we mean by universal.
What do you mean? Like I'm saying SE, if you're like I'm saying if you specifically, right? Like if you're an SP, right? If you're an SE DOM or SE aux, all those SE users, their SE is all the same. They have the same understanding with SE.
All SE users.
No. What?
Sean, listen. Listen.
Yeah.
Everybody who has SE in the first slot,
Okay.
their dominant manner of attention is extroverted sensing. That means they're not paying attention to universal rules. Because to pay attention to universal rules means you don't need to pay attention to anything that's going on right now very much because you know the universal rules.
No, I'm not trying to say impede you. I'm saying like I've seen SE Dom, the two of their friends, both like acting with complete credulity, telling their side of the story. Each of them tell their side of the story, and the SE Dom can see through the bullshit and see like where like they're both embellishing and get a general sense of what actually happened.
Okay, so what have you ignored that would be important? Sean, let's try it this way. Let's try it this way. What point have I made that you've ignored that you would need to answer if we were going to move forward in this conversation?
I just think that you know, some functions are very like user independent, like FI, right? SI, yeah.
Okay, let me ask the question again. What point have I made that you've ignored that you need to address to move the conversation forward?
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, so I just think that there's a universal application also. Like,
strike two. What point did I make? What point did I make that you've ignored that you need to address to move the conversation forward?
You said that it's not universal. I still don't understand that. I'd like you to expand that, unpack that a bit more, because you said another word that was not universal, right? So then I was conflating common. I'm trying to remember.
Just because something's common to all people doesn't mean it links to a universality. In other words, what we're talking about is a distinction between things that are particularist, which is to say,
I'm not here to just be antagonistic. Like, I'd like you to unpack it, you know.
Okay, well, look.
Unless you think it's boring. Like,
no, it's fine. But what I'm saying is, it's concerning to me that I had to ask a question 3 times before you answered it.
You didn't. You just shout, like, you know, like, I'm gonna get you like more nervous if you just shout me. Like, you know, I didn't understand what I did wrongly. Like, I really come here.
You didn't listen to the question and answer it, Sean. Sean, you said you didn't understand what you did wrong. You didn't do anything wrong per se, but the answer to the question is very simple. You didn't listen to the question I asked and answer it.
I was listening to the question you asked, and then I answered you in a very precise, exact way right there.
The third time you did. The third time you listened and answered. The first 2 times you did not.
You could have understood where I'm coming from if you listened to me.
Sean, okay, now you're being disingenuous. Let's be.
You could have figured out what it was that I was tripped up on whenever, like, I didn't.
Sean, I didn't want to figure out what you were tripped up on. I wanted an answer to my question.
Well, what is the purpose of the answer to your question? Does that help you?
Why should you? Because I'm not having the conversation. Because I'm not having the conversation for the same reasons you are, and I'm allowed to have my own reasons to have a conversation.
Well, I thought you were trying to bring some clarity for me.
Why would you think that? Why would you think I'm trying to bring clarity to you? Did I ever say I would like to bring clarity to Sean?
To your parents? Just bring clarity to anybody, right?
You indicated to me that what you had apparently said was not what you actually meant, and that your inflection.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said what I meant. That's just a turn of phrase. I didn't want to change any of the words I said. I'll use the words I said.
You indicated to me that by inflecting it differently, you indicated that by inflecting it differently, I would understand it differently.
No, I used the words correctly. What I'm saying, like you're saying, commonality and universality are conflated to me. Like to me, those are very similar. So I want to unpack like where the
okay. Look. Okay, then let's talk about a standard. Let's talk about standards versus rules, so you have a clear example. A standard is this: is this minor mature enough to be afforded emancipated minor status? That's a standard. Somebody has to evaluate a large amount of evidence and make a discretionary decision about it. A rule: are you old enough to drive? The answer is 16. Yes. Not 16. No. There's no discretion required in applying that universal rule. So there's no universal rule when it comes to whether an emancipated minor should be emancipated. It's always a discretionary decision. But there's a universal rule regarding whether somebody's old enough to drive. It's a non-discretionary decision. Those are two different kinds of things. Now, do you understand universality? SE always universally doesn't use a rule, it uses discretion.
I'm not opening my mouth to argue. I just was going to ask a question in a way to confirm my understanding.
Okay.
So because basically, like what's good for one isn't good for all necessarily. So that's why it's not universal, right? Is that kind of the meaning? Like this law can be applied fairly and legally to people.
Or is the decision made by discretion according to the specifics of the instance, or is it made by correctly applying a rule? So whether or not this chick is attractive enough for me to go hit on is a discretionary decision.
Right.
Whether or not she's old enough is a rule.
Right. So universality is just codified. You don't need a judge. You just need to know this is the law, period. Like even like the beat cop can enforce this rule. Like it's not discretionary. It's
right. So in fact, what TI does for its universal rules is it mostly says that's not an acceptable way to justify things. That's why you have all these fallacies, right? People go, well, that's a math fallacy, a math fallacy. All those things are saying is that's TI saying you've not TI'd here. You've done something else. TI is the only way that we have to say whether something's universally valid, which is to say, not necessarily whether it's true. So if I say all dogs eat bananas and I'm a dog and therefore I eat bananas, well, none of those things are true. Dogs don't eat bananas. I'm not a dog and I don't eat bananas. But it's valid universally. Because it doesn't actually say all dogs are true about it. It says if. It's a conditional statement. If all dogs eat bananas, and if I'm a dog, then I must eat nothing but bananas. It's not a statement about reality. It's a statement about language use. So,
I've seen a Jack Russell Terrier eat grapefruit.
Jack Russell Terrier?
Yeah, my aunt says had one. She put just a little slice of grapefruit on his nose. It was a trick. And they would just eat the grapefruit, like little grapefruit, like she scooped it out with the thing. Yes,
and while it's true that some dogs may eat bananas, it's definitely not true that all dogs eat bananas. So the thing is, the point about universality is that it sacrifices accuracy in favor of certainty. When we use TI, we're saying we want to focus only on those things that can be reduced to binary certainties. We don't want to deal with things that require discretion. That's what makes it more universal, but that doesn't make it better, right? It's only better for things where individuals aren't the point of the thing. So if we're talking about government, TI is definitely better because since it requires the highest level of justification before action is taken, and since government is a monopoly on use of force and has a long history of taking actions that are sometimes good ideas and sometimes bad ideas and sometimes cause a lot of harm, sometimes cause, it's like it's a crapshoot. And since it's some individual getting to have their way on everybody, then it should meet the toughest kind of scrutiny, which is TI scrutiny, which wants everything to validate binarily first. Once it validates as acceptable, then TI is not interested in whether it's actually going to work or not. So it's like, if you have a policy that says, I think we should use government money like this to accomplish this end, and TI goes, well, that's within the government's legal purview, it's perfectly acceptable, there's nothing illegitimate about it, then that's its end of its interest in the subject. It doesn't want to talk then about how you're going to do it and what the outcomes are going to be and whether it's going to work well or really well or just sort of well or poorly, because those things aren't relevant in terms of its legitimacy.
I think this works out, actually. I kind of maybe answer about the monopoly of force, right? Because like citizens, there's different things that like we're allowed to use some amount of force or whatever. But does that mean it's because it's like conferred from the local government and it's kind of seen in this way? Like their right to use force is still coming from the government, which has monopoly on force.
The most like monopoly, I should say, monopoly on use of force in legal procedures. Okay. Because, for example, if somebody comes up and tries to rob you and you use force in self-defense, that's fine. Because in that instance, the government, it basically a monopoly on use of official force. So if in fact you get robbed and you tell the cops, if you get robbed and the robber runs away, you're not allowed to pull OJ. OJ claims that he was robbed and that when he stole his stuff back, he was just stealing it back. And when he took a gun and held up those people and stole the stuff back, he was just stealing it back. He doesn't have the right to do that. He had the right to prevent them from stealing it with a gun in the first place, maybe. But once they've stolen it, the government has a monopoly on responsive use of force, which is to say, only the cops can go in there and get it back for him. He can't go in there and get it back for himself.
I wonder, like, what extension on their rights is. Like, I guess, like, if a citizen use force, they might end up having to justify it before, like, their peers and in a court, right? But if the government use force, they don't always have to justify it in front of the citizenry, right? Like, and have it looked into, or like, I mean, they're basically allowed to check on themselves and do their own internal affairs, looking at things, right?
Well, I mean, a monopoly on use of force means that that only other elements of government can successfully curtail or punish or whatever. In other words, if the cops violate my rights, it's not okay for them to do so, but it doesn't justify me using self-defense because they're in commission of their duties. I have to obey their orders and then deal with the fact that they abused my rights in court later.
Self-defense against police is tail between the legs. I mean,
you can't. You won't be able to get away. There's no way you're going to make that argument successfully in court. It was self-defense against a police officer in commission of their duties.
Not antagonize them in any way. Like that's what I'm saying. If you truly have self-defense in mind, like just do exactly.
Right. I mean, that's I agree with you. When I deal with cops, my position is my number one job is to make sure they're very confident that I pose no threat to them whatsoever.
Oh yeah.
Because
I got a deep check in my mind, go to like 120 to 140 words per minute. Like, let's read the story to the 3-year-old. Like, just be calm down. Because I know I can get excited easily and talk fast. I don't want to talk fast to them. They're crazy. The job's 2 minutes.
The one time I was a little bit, I didn't follow this rule was when I wasn't pulled over. See, I always follow this rule when I'm pulled over. Okay. If I encounter the cops and I'm not being pulled over, it's a different matter a little bit. One time I was in a weed store that was a gray market weed store that the cops were busting. I was in there waiting in line to purchase something when they came in. And of course, they make everybody stand up against the wall and stuff. Everyone's all scared, right? But I know that I had no reason to feel slightly scared because I'm not a member of this business selling weed. I'm a consumer. I'm a consumer, right?
I've never been to a weed store. Is that a regular thing? They just come in and like
not
or something?
No, just in the look. There are white market stores which are just regular businesses. The cops never go near them.
Okay.
But then there are people who go, well, I don't want to pay all the taxes and go through all the hoops, but I want to sell weed from the storefront anyway. And the cops will come periodically bust those places. The point is, everybody in the place was nervous, worrying about what they're going to say to the cops. I wasn't worried at all because I understood the reality, which is it's not my duty to make sure this business takes care of their shit. Now, give me my driver's license back. I got shit to do today. But the thing is, what happened is everybody's standing against the wall. The music's still playing. Everyone's all shaky. I'm like dancing with my hands against the wall just to convey to them that they can go fuck themselves. And then they say, ah. And I say to them at that point, look, I'm a customer here. I am obviously not responsible to make sure that this business does their end of their work. Because the cops had said something like, look, these people are blah, blah, this is a real crime here. It matters. Don't pretend like we're being bad or whatever. And my point was, okay, fine. I'm not going to try to defend this business. I'm going to complain about the fact that I'm standing here for some reason rather than already on my way. But the problem is that weed store, when you went in, they hold on to your driver's license. Okay. And then when you go out, you get it back from them. That's how that weed store did it. And so I couldn't leave until I got my driver's license back. And the cops had all the driver's licenses. And their argument was this, that, well, we don't know if you work here or not. We don't know. And I'm just like, oh, you fucking piece of shit. So they detained me for a good half an hour. But at no point was I worried or nervous because I didn't work there. I hadn't even bought any weed yet. And when they finally started letting people go, they got rid of me first. They picked me first to go back there. And they asked me and said, is any of this yours? Showing a bunch of weed stuff that they seized from the place. I said, no. I said, no, I didn't even get a chance to buy my weed yet. Are you free to go? Like, who the hell's going to say, yes, that's mine? The cops are basically saying, they're asking the question as though, because if it is, implying, because if it is, you get to take it home, hoping that some idiot's going to go like, oh yeah, that are mine. No, of course they're not mine. The thing is, that's the nice thing about always telling the truth rather than trying to take advantage of possible opportunities like that, right? Not that they would have fooled me for a second, but somebody could imaginably, the way they did it was trying to convey to the person that you get to take it if you claim it. I saw right through that, but regardless, the reason I said no, none of it's mine is not because I saw through their bullshit, but because none of it was mine.
Right. Yeah. When I got pulled over the first time, I scared the crap out of the cops because I didn't know what to do. Like, I just pulled over, I got out of my car, and then they started yelling at me, like freaking out. I was like, oh my God, man, get out of the car. I was like, I had no idea, man. I just was like, I pulled over, was like totally chill. I was like, oh man, and then started. I was like, what happened? Like, I thought we were gonna talk or something. I just didn't even understand that, like, I was like literally getting pulled over and they were treating it serious because, like, I could not see myself as any kind of a threat. If you want to proactively make them feel comfortable, once you pull over, as you're pulling over, keep your hands on top of the steering wheel. Once you're pulled over, put your hands out the window so you can see them. That's what I typically do every time I get pulled over, which I haven't been pulled over in a long time. Last time I got pulled over, it was like 1 in the morning or 1:30 in the morning, and I was driving and a 18-year-old girl to a motel. So it's like I kind of felt pleased with the police force for pulling me over because 99% of the time that guy's doing something really shady, right? Close to getting laid before I went to Japan.
It was actually let me just finish to make sure everyone's clear on this. It was actually just me returning my niece who had been working with me on recording music to her family who was staying at that motel. But I get why the cops pulled me over. I'm a 50-year-old guy. I've got an 18-year-old girl in my car with me at 1:30 in the morning. I'm driving to a motel. So they wanted to check to make sure shit wasn't skeevy, And I feel fine about that.
Like, what's up? Because I was 20 and I couldn't get the hotel because I wasn't old enough. Like, it sucked. I'm like, I'm in the military. I've been here for 2 years. I can't get a hotel room. You know what I mean? Like, I was like this close.
That sucks. The thing is, limitations on youths are difficult to get overturned because everyone goes, well, you just wait and it'll go away. There's no inherency, you know.
Yeah, actually, my mother, she said that when drinking age was 18 and then turned into 21, so it happened like right in sync with her to just bump her for 3 more years. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, looking forward to that, and then whatever.
Jeremiah Fix says, "Hey Eric, Sean is more core correct than me." Okay, so let's analyze that sentence there. So what Jeremiah Fix is doing is one of two things. If you give the best interpretation here, he's hoping to sort of kick loose some rock that's blocking my vision, where I realize, oh yes, niceness is more important, or you know, conveying a message to TI people that their binary parsing doesn't justify their being mean is the core message that has to be conveyed, and that I failed to convey that, and that as a consequence, I'm just reinforcing TI users' bad behavior in that video. That's one possible interpretation of it. Another possible interpretation of it is he's just looking to provoke some sort of emotional response, which would probably indicate that.
I think it's only more like I just misconstrued like our cordiality, because like I thought it was a legit question. I did want you to explain a little bit, because to me it looked that way, and then like, but you know, the way I said it was probably a little provocative. I was like, is that immoral there? But like, you know, if you know who I am, then I think it doesn't come out.
Well, I was just shocked to hear you say you thought I had disavowed the existence of good and evil.
No, that was talking about myself. Like, I don't believe in evil. So I was just like, you know, because like to me, like you're really like intense. Like you don't use that to, you know, be excusing for like your behavior and stuff. You know what I mean? Like so it was just the opposite side whenever like, because in the video you had a lot of enthusiasm, right? So like I felt okay,
but
walk away from the video.
But you're inferring emotion stuff. This is the thing. It's okay to infer. Look. Don't infer things that I don't say.
That's why I didn't infer. That's why I asked that question. That's why I just said. To me, it feels that way, and I know that something doesn't make sense, right? So it's like, you didn't just turn over doing it. You know, can you explain? Like, is the video meant to be joking or provocative or what? Like,
no, if neither of those things. It's what it is. It's what meaning you should take away from it. It is the meaning of the words I say.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I wanted.
I know, but what you're really telling me is you keep taking away effie fucking.
No, I didn't conclude anything. I just asked. All I did was ask. That's it.
Okay, look.
When I watched it, I saw it that way. I didn't say it is that way. I just said that's how I perceived it. That's why I had that question. That's it. Like, I wanted to kick an idea past you there.
Okay, fine. You win this little sub point.
I mean, I did want.
It's okay. You get the win anyway, whether you want it or not, Sean. So take it. You take your first place medal and you go home.
An interesting question, I think. I was wondering, do you think? Because I actually have an inkling for this. Maybe not every function, but I think functions kind of might be evolving over time. You know, like there is type and stuff, and it has this attitudes and like this idea of collective unconscious and things like that. But basically, you know, like being in one attitude, you're pulling into the other, right? But like, I think the attitudes are starting to like move a little bit, like shift a bit, you know.
Well, I think
and not to become
functions
similar
evolved
to
by technology a bit. Like SI has evolved because people delegate so much of their SI to devices.
This isn't an existential example, but like as an example, like hypothetically, like what if, you know, 1 century FE is a justice function, and then like 2 centuries later it's a mercy function. You know what I mean? Like the quality of like mercy or justice, right? But like basically, essentially this kind of calculus, right? Like for like crime and punishment. So what I'm saying is like over time, that functions can start to drift and become different things.
No, Sean. Individual human beings pay attention by a given cognitive function. It might be the case that a given FE zone behaves and understands things in ways that are more consistent with your understanding of justice or less consistent
with your understanding. It's like, you know, like when Nietzsche is like saying like we kill God, right? I'm saying like there's different things that happen. You know, like what happens whenever instead of, you can't ask like, well, do you want what's fair or you want what's what's the way you say? You do this dichotomy between fair and something, right?
Between fair and merciful, or you know.
I mean, however, right? But see, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, the culture could evolve in a way, and then I think that kind of can affect the functions, maybe. You know, maybe not, but it definitely affected Myers-Briggs.
What it affects function-wise is it affects how the output looks a little bit. So that, in other words, the kind of statements that a person who's a TI DOM in culture X makes in the year 2021 are different than the kind of statements that person would have made, blah, blah, blah. But the kind of reasoning is identical.
Yeah, okay.
So it is true that
reasoning. That's why I said it's like not every function, but some functions may be starting to shift a little.
So it's like a type description of a ESTP in an ancient Greek ESTP versus a French aristocracy ESTP is going to look rather different, because in both those cases, in any case, you're going to say, well, here's how this type looks in society today compared against how other types look in society today. But that really doesn't have anything to do with the functions. It has to do with the fact that people pay attention in the context in which they are and not in some other context.
Well, yeah, just like some of the stuff that's like just for population wise, like currently over half of women are FE users, you know? So it's like, what if that shifts and then it's like majority of FE users are actually male, you know? Like, you know, I'm saying, like how it might take on like a little bit of different flavor or something, like whatever.
Look, I'm typing something to Evelyn right now. Evelyn asked a question that I decided haven't even bothered to ask, having had these conversations with you before. I go, well, what's this dude's claim? I said, Evelyn, discussion with Sean doesn't work like that. Sean does not have a claim. He has a desire to pass back and forth talk.
I'm just seeking clarity, man.
He doesn't have a claim. He's just seeking clarity. He's just asking questions.
I mean, Eric's going to be on the back foot, right? Because he streams all the time and people antagonize him. And honestly, he just got to be prepared for everybody. Never let the guard down. So don't blame him.
And sometimes I am.
I just don't come here for that.
Sometimes I bring the hammer against people that I in the chat who I later decide were probably actually real people and not trolls. They were just dummies. I feel bad when that happens. I assume if you say stuff that's dumb enough, I assume you're probably just a provocateur or a troll in the chat. And then sometimes later I'll go, oh, I think that was just an actual dummy.
Just a mistake, you know. Like sometimes I can do that. I've noticed I can do that. Don't worry about that. I can say something dumb all by myself, but not on purpose. You know, it's easy.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's not a matter of just saying something dumb. It's a matter of like, typically when somebody wants to is behaving in ways that I don't like, what their approach is to come in and say something that as a factual statement without any justifications that they know I disagree with. So
it's like so hard for me to calculate, you know, because like normally, but when I first came here, first few times, I mean, I never told him talking ever. And then there's this part of me that's like, okay, I wanted to like, maybe he prefer this way, so like he will respect me. Like I'm like trying to figure out, because like I really agree with you, and it's like it gets hard to like. Then I open my mouth and this is more, and it's like, well, that was dumb. You know, it's like I just try sometimes.
Sean, I'm sorry.
Anytime I've ever come at you and like I want your nuts, you know, like I've never been like so antagonistic to you. It was always like literally seeking clarity or your opinion, and that's it. Like
okay, I know, and I get fussy. I have a lot of fussiness in me somehow about cognitive functions. I've heard people say things that I consider wrong so many times now.
I accept you as you are, and you're irritating to me, so it's fine. Like you were like this before I got here, so you don't have to change, man.
I wasn't planning on it, Sean. Don't worry.
But I was just wondering, like, you know, like some of these things, right? Like some of the functions, like I feel, you know, if we want to be kind of generous with our lack of information, we can look at NI and like development of shamanism and things like this, and like moving away from that, and NI is being more into drive. And more into like this really sustainable fuel for motivation. Like they just got this nope, I've got my ducks in a row. Anything comes up, I'll be able to handle it. That kind of, you know what I mean? It's like
NI is basically distrusting your own experience. NI is best defined as distrusting your own experience.
Well, I mean, I I'm just saying I haven't been in type that long, and I don't know. I'm just saying I keep trying to throw out ideas like see how like a function can kind of drift. You know, like it's still in its lane, but it's sort of like, you know, more biased here in this area.
It can't drift in the same way that the way that what you do with two numbers when you have a plus sign in it can't drift. If it does drift, then we just need to replace the plus sign with a new symbol, because we still have that clearly distinct, binarily distinct thing that needs to be explained. So addition never drifts. The things we add up might change, but addition itself is that kind of machine code rule. Same thing with cognitive functions. Their expression might change, but the function itself is that kind of machine code rule. It doesn't change. It's defined in ways that are architectural, not expressive.
Well, for example, I think that FE displays totally differently if the individual legitimately has self-love, like a full self-esteem, or if they don't. You know, like there's a lot more typical FE of like
healthy and unhealthy people display differently. It's true.
Right. And there's sort of, you know, like there's this kind of generation now with certain things like they don't even know how to drive to the grocery store. It's like 2 miles away. They're always using Navi. So like they would actually be lost if the navigation's off. And they're like 2 miles from home. They don't know how to get home. And you know what I mean? It's like,
I want to expand on this definition about NI a bit, because I think I can make. I'm talking to not just you, Sean. I'm talking to the chat as well. I'm responding to Evelyn right now, who said she likes that definition of NI. And so my point is this. We can see why NI is not trusting your own experience by looking at instances when Rachel, in my opinion, uses NI inappropriately. So sometimes she, not so much anymore.
It's not a conscious process.
Will you let me finish, please?
Sure.
Sometimes not anymore, but she used to look towards external universalities such as tarot, astrology, and such to make determinations about her compatibility with me as a relationship partner. This is what I mean by ignoring SI. Or I mean, that's what I mean by ignoring SI, but also what I'm saying is not trusting your own experience. If you wanted to evaluate whether I was a good relationship partner, the best data for that would be to evaluate how I actually treat her and how we engage with each other, and whether I've been guilty of meow, 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 or whether I've not, or all these specific data points. But she wants to apply a universal kind of understanding from NI to something that is better served by a particular kind of knowledge, SI. So when I say NI is not trusting your own experience, that's what I mean. Even when it's appropriate to use your own experience, instead, you look for a universal that will tell you about how something or what something is, because you trust universals more than you trust particulars.
There's a caveat to that, though. Like, I agree with you, like, they're like NI knowing, SI knowing. But I will say, like, NI user, like NJs, they can trust someone much more quickly, you know, because, like, SI user, I would say, like, you know, they've been burned. They know it takes time to build up that trust, right? But NI, if I just get the NI that I trust you.
That's
and
a
so
good
I
observation.
you.
You're correct
So,
about
you know,
that.
it's just, on the front end, you do get in the door easily, but you might get pushed out unfairly. And
You're correct about that. Except I would say it's more than just trust. It's that SI people need to spend time and have experience with you before they feel as though they know you enough to afford trust or not. I'm just saying they're not necessarily distrustful to begin with. They just they would have to withhold judgment for longer because their kind of knowledge takes time and experience, whereas NI doesn't not take time and experience. It's just that there's sort of a non-intermediate area. So it's like you're in a state where there's not enough data points for NI to collapse and for NI person to know something, but they're also not in a state of waiting to learn, because NI doesn't work like that. In other words, there's no active learning that occurs to make their NI kick in. Although you can do trial and error like Rachel's doing with her dresses. She keeps trying on dresses, dress combos with shoes and stuff. She's waiting for NI to say, this thing that I'm looking at on me right now is the one, right? But that's very different than an SI approach, which would say, I've worn this dress now for a week, and now I can determine whether I really like it or not. I can't tell until I've had it on for a long time because I have to experience it for a while. She just has to experience it for a second in the mirror, and her NI goes, nope, or yep, and that's it.
Mm.
Eucalyptus koala says, Eric, SI users do the same with NI. They, yeah, you're right. Exactly. They project their own experience and make it into a universal, even when it's totally inappropriate. For example, with the chickens in the backyard at Laverne, when one of our chickens got attacked by a dog, all of a sudden, the threat to the chickens by dogs in general was massive, even though nothing had changed because the dog that attacked, it was a fluke. It had gotten through a loose board in the fence. The neighbors had just gotten that dog that day, so I didn't even know the board was loose. Once I nailed the board back down, that was the end of the threat. And she extended the threat to dogs from not just the dog getting through from the other yard, but that dogs might wander in from the street. So we had to keep this gate closed. We had to put these precautions and stuff. And I said, but this is insane. Just because our chicken got attacked by a dog does not mean that good chicken parenting requires a great deal of dog attack prevention. It's insane. Of course, interestingly, not a couple of days later, 2 random little dogs stroll down my driveway to the gate where the chickens are. And I was just like, you got to be fucking kidding me. It was closed because Kimberly was freaking out about keep the gate closed because dogs are going to attack the chickens. And I just like, oh my God, why do these dogs have to walk down this driveway? Because it's just going to convince her she's right about this approach, which is not, this should not be reinforced, this kind of thinking. But sometimes SI surprises you like that. Well, fuck me. Look, there are a couple dogs walking down the driveway.
I mean, at least it's not out of nowhere, man. Like, SI is like sensible in some regard, Like, it's kooky people, man. Like, we have to work with our subconscious, like with our friend or something.
Everyone's kooky.
That's how we live. So it's different.
Everyone's kooky. Even me, I can even be a little kooky sometimes.
Sure, yeah.
Shockingly enough. Okay, this has been 3 hours, 15 minutes. Rachel's awake now. I'm going to wrap it up. Sean, I'll talk to you later. Thanks for being here. And I'm going to, I think, maybe play a quick guitar song before I go. Thinking about playing Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. I want to add some new songs to my set list. I'm actually bored of the songs that I have on my set list, which is surprising because for me, historically, it's been very difficult to practice any song enough to get bored of it because I just always am making up new shit. But since I put together that set list document, I've only played those songs and I'm bored of them all now. So I want to add some new songs to my set list. I'm going to add Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze to the set list. I already know how to play it, but I haven't written it down on the set list, which is what the key thing is. Because if I'm always referencing that document, it's got to be on there and you're not going to play it. So I'm going to play Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze right now, and then I'll write it down after the stream. And I also want to put in there International Delight, which is a little bit more complicated to figure out. I have to put some work into figuring that one out still. This one's a pretty straightforward song, Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Oh, well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, so it will be a while till you see him again. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. International Delight's favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him, but he's also busy like his friend Beaver Bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee, and busy as a beaver, and much busier than Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Oh, well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Shabba-doo-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Shabba-doo-ba-dee. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Shabba-doo-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Shabba-dee. That was Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze by host Eric. And after this stream, if you'd like to continue the party unabated, you can do so with Sean at his channel called Sean's YouTube channel. What else am I going to play? Actually, I want to play something that I don't always play, but that's what I'm talking about. That's what I was saying about the set list is I don't have those things on there yet, so I guess I have to play things I don't know how to play yet. I always play. So in that instance, anybody want to make a request of some sort? I got maybe two more songs. I mean, I'd be happy to play a request if anybody has one. If it's a cover that I can easily enough manage, then I'll include it. I'll play a cover. Whatever. Or if nobody makes a request, I'll make a decision myself. You know, I'm not incapable of deciding what to play. I'm just perhaps inadequately full of cheese. LYIRCS assorted lyrics cover page. It just has one thing on it. I will see if anybody put a request yet. Gerald? Sure, I'll play Gerald. No problem. And I'll play the White Boy cover song. No problem. Hi, Darlene Parling. Warling's Parling. Just for the record, you had it right the first time, Sean. It's a G. It could be a J, but it's a G. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what you call Christmas. When they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought that there'd be chance enough to react to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on the business, think changing factless to listless. Oh, how all the people will shout his name. You know what? I cannot remember the last time I fucked up this song. I played this song so many times. I just completely fucked it up. You know why? I'm going to blame it on Rachel. Because I was thinking about the sink. Really, Rachel. It's important that I blame it on somebody other than myself. I'm just kidding, Rachel. I'm going to start over. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a plot. Gerald has a lot to get the margarine tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what he'll call Christmas. When they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, think of changing factless to listless. Oh, how all of the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald knows his part. Gerald believes there's too much to do, and he dropped the time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what Too much time spent nitpicking the skew with you. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name change of business. Thinking now out what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. THOT in a youth culture fashion. What's the white boy song's name? It's called White Boy by Merle Haggard. Some folk call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, and I won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy wasn't Willie Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and wide and I got a song you sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lost the game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and wide and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul that the band my thing. Ooh, I feel feeling ready. I got to work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud of mine, I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Fun song. I need to trim this thumbnail right here a little bit, because it grabs onto the string sometimes when I'm thumb picking, which is super annoying when that happens, because it throws off timing, sound. It just throws everything off when this little piece of thumbnail gets too big. I'm gonna cut it off right now. It's just like right here, this bit of thumbnail is big enough to catch the string. There, that should. Yeah, now we're not going to get any more catching. I think we should be good now. Good. So somebody requested the Brooding song. Rachel, obviously, if you're in the mood to sing, please join me. If you're not, that's fine too.
Okay.
Let's see here. Okay. Yeah. Just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding's more and more my style. I seek the civil ways of standing where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. That's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun. But flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. I tried to stream, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but heavy new realities are down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it. For reasons still unsaid, but still I need get out of me what's inside my head. It seems like everybody's so sensitive and ready to just get mad. I seek the cheery ways of living like a kid, 'cause who wants to be the dad? Have we lost our sense of scope and scale? Our capacity to laugh? The scope is know when not to wail, and how to tip the golden calf. I tried to stream, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but heavy new realities bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it. Reasons still unsaid, still I need get out of me what's inside my head. Still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily, and what you call sorrow I call home. Blues that sting clear down to the bone. Till I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her unhappily, unhappily. You call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sting clear down to the bone, down to the bone. Sad for me, sad for her, unhappily. What you call sorrow, I call home. No, let's do it again. Now you're singing. I want to do it. Okay, so keep singing, okay? So sad for me, sad for her, unhappily. What you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sing down to the bone. Still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her, unhappily. You call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sing clear down to the bone. The bone with which I'm gonna bone you. Hello, lady. I'm gonna bone you with my bone.
That's what the real meaning is.
The thing is, when Rachel and I practiced that was not as spontaneous to a Lee Tremor, but thank you for that. When Rachel and I have been practicing that actually, but she's not an extrovert. So, when for her, deciding to go on camera and perform and stuff is requires a decision, I guess, and some consideration. Unlike me, whereas if I'm walking down the street deep in thought about what I'm going to have for lunch, and there's a camera right there, and someone's like, "Would you like to come perform right now in front of everybody? Here's a stick to play with, to do something with." Well, sure, I would. I would love to do that. Hi, everybody. That's what my response to sort of being in front of everybody. But that's not an introvert's attitude towards it. So I think it's funny the way that sometimes people come in here and go, Rachel's not an INFJ, she's an ESFJ or an ENFP or something. People who think that Rachel's an extrovert, it's kind of understandable because when she's on camera, that means she's in an extroverted mood. She's extroverting. Sometimes she has a lot to talk about even. Sometimes she and I will be sitting here and I'll feel like I'm kind of battling for a space with her even. But most of the time she doesn't really want to be extroverting. So most of the time she's it took her till the end to decide she really wanted to sing along, you know. She's a little worried about how she's going to be perceived, whether her voice is the right thing right now.
Yeah,
You know,
voice.
I'm accustomed to failing in front of people.
Yeah.
So it's okay for me. I'm used to it. And the thing is, you can only fail so hard in front of people if you don't really feel like you failed that hard. People are looking in general for a frame of reference or a narrative that helps them to join you in a success, and regardless of what happened. So it's like they look to you to see how happy you are with things a lot to determine whether they should be happy with things. At least FE types do, you know?
Yeah.
And people make a big mistake when they sort of apologize for the inadequacy of what they're doing. Even if it is inadequate and they're inclined to feel, they're inclined to do so, they should resist the urge, you know? Bia, bia, bia. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, training for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. The problem here is I've made the font too small and I can read it just fine, but when I look back and forth, I lose my place. Yeah. Let me start it over. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, training for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. Thanks, darling. Let me play this. Too much noise in the data stream. loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustrations mean mistakes are made until it seems everybody's just throwing shade. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No unwilling still to lend a day. Your uncertainty's implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. Thanks, dear.
You're welcome.
I think I played that pretty well that time.
You did.
And try this one where I'm singing the lower octave for the verses. When I can get the lower octave of the verses, it works a lot better. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men and women, of course. When they too were present, disciples all warily eye in the lesson. If Jesus was people but absent of ink, and everyone's work would be true, and feelings once spoken would sit where they sink, and we'd all know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Does virtue require a rational take, or is virtue that's reasoned invariably fake? Musing itself just distracts from the flow, or is care better served by deliberate and slow? People aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete, not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. The one you thought you knew acts like you never have met. The life you made for two has faded into regret. There's no one unshaken, we all have been shook, but being forsaken don't mean you're forsook. And though in the past we've been hung out to dry, we'll find them at last if we're willing to try. People aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete, not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Yeah, maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Thanks. That's the first time I've ever ended it like that. It's a brand new ending for you today. As brand new as 1,000 Christmas presents on 1,000,000 Easter morns.
Wow.
Sammy has a story that need be told. This is a song for the open road, and such a thing must always do its job. 'Cause she Married up Jeb, turned 19, 4 years in and 3 kids weaned. Weary now and questioning path. Agency out, faces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Doug at 20 thought bourbon fun, likewise Doug at 21, and so forth, well up into middle age. Once that seemed to set him free became his whole identity. Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency out, faces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression. Offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody's panicked about the kids. Wow, wow, lock 'em up with extra Dexedrine. Wow, wow, mathematics to impose success and produce more unjust arrest. Agency out, faces discretion, locking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always run. Without consent, it's really just depression. The parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying. Well, they feed the fear of dying. Yes, let's feel upon the futures of the young.
You're a musician of delight.
Thanks, darling. Sometimes I'm just shocked. Like, I can feel like, wow, I can really play the guitar now. Gotten pretty damn good at it, you know? It's this weird thing where you spend so much time learning not to care about the fact that you're not very good at something. And then if you eventually get to where you're actually kind of pretty good at it, it's a strange phenomenon because you're so accustomed to working with this shortcoming as part of your being and accommodating it, you know?
Yeah. Sure.
Santa Ana's from the east are blowing, driving down this mountain fire. Grand Atlanta had best be going, they cut it down to the wire. Everywhere apocalypse hung heavy, truck was piling up with ash. Atlanta got the dogs in the Chevy, Grant counted out their petty cash. If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky, while the dogs knock out with Grant exhaust. Atlanta stays awake to cry. 120 output Labor Day, and that means cooking meat outdoors. Guy got distracted and fire got away. From Bradford to Arcadia, they curse his name. Fire chased them west and down the incline until they reached the foothills below. Found a room cheap for the night online. At least now they had someplace to go. Tomorrow they'd evaluate their options now that their life had run away. Atlanta's sister had a place in Laughlin. Really wasn't any more to say. So what to say? If times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from sky. While the dogs knock out with friends exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. While the dogs knock out with Grant exhausted, Lana stays awake to cry. She does. All night long. All night. All night long. All night. All night long. Dancing in the street. Touching all my feet. All night long. All night. All night. 30,000 days. Too many expectations. Not even worth a damn. 30,000 nights to sleep off the intoxication. Otherwise, you won't escape the plan. I've wasted half my days trying on others' ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I'm tired of doing it wrong. Want direction and have all along. Wait until I know. Or is that just hesitation? Clarity's no good once your chance is gone. What I need to show is it so below my station. I'm tired of doing it wrong. I've wasted half my days trying on others' ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, I think I'm doing this wrong. 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. Doing it wrong. What's the matter with Chad? Is he terribly bad? Is he very like Dan? Is a terrible man? Is he sort of like Jill, who can't pay her bill, who rather like Jack? Too stuck on the facts. Matter with Sue. Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. What's the deal with Bren? She's been living in sin. She's been hanging with Jim and he's looking so thin. Deal with Frank, fish in my tank. He's colluding with you and they're talking to Lou. What's wrong with the ladies? What's the matter with men? From the feelings of Katie to the coldness of sin. They talk about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days. But still at the overwatered path. And whoever's left, it's still okay. Just tie the sails to the mast. Are you angry at Ken or at Neville again? Don't bother with Kev, practically dead. Just focus on Bert, he's medium hurt. What's the quantity for Liz? Did she fail a quiz? What's the matter with Drew? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. paths that lead to lesser days. Still out the overwatered past, and whoever is left that's still okay, just tie the sails to the mast. 'Cause each of us have much engravely sent. Throw up the hands, stiffen the chin. Catastrophe looms heavy overhead again. Time's gone will never be again. Time's gone will never be again. So true. Once time has passed, there's no retrieving it. Nope, not without substantial data loss. After all, traveling back in time means losing all the data between now and when you traveled to, which can be a significant impact depending on how important your database is. You're living on a time frame I will never know, with an alienation that's humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. Picturing community free of metaphysics, hunting buffalo, picking red delicious, knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old, fires blazing in the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. Imagining a history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin, lamenting disconnection and every corporate act, asserting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. You find modernity just so banal. Wish you'd been born in line, but now, and your experience won't run afoul. Well, you visualize nobility sipping on some port, or tribes of peaceful savages in beautiful comport. Few of history's people ever thusly did cavort. Yeah, life was solitary, nasty, brutish, poor, and short. Hostility is kept at bay. Hostility is kept at bay. What you think is in the way. What you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. Hostility is kept at bay. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way. By what you think is in the way of life as children of the land, with an agave weatherman. With an agave weatherman. Thanks. You come outside, your arms are folded. I'm getting scolded for playing again. I wanna be as much as I can in terms of the man you want me to be. I gotta do what I gotta do. I'll include you in everything that I can. 'Cause I'm your man and you're my girl, I mean my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. I want your belief. You want my attention. I've got invention going again. So I wanna be as much as I can in terms of the man you want me to be. So Kimberly, please don't be mad at me. Though I made this song, 'cause I'm your man and you're my girl. I mean my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. 'Cause I'm your man and you're my girl. I mean my woman in the world. You are the one I will be with till my dying day. All right. Look, I was wrong. I wasn't lying. I was wrong. Okay. It was an aspirational claim, not really a prediction per se. I figured the relationship deserved my formal support in song form, and I provided it. And of course, I am now the proud owner of a factually false song. Yes, it is factually false. That's just life in the big city, you know?
Yeah.
You can't expect your songs to always stay true forever.
Was there ever any song about Kansas like that? Like, that's not true anymore?
No, I never wrote a song about Candace. I don't think so. Maybe like, oh, how I love it when you arch those eyebrows at me. Once again, I have failed. Oh, damn, I didn't introduce you to that guy. Looks like I'm in trouble now. Hello, Rachel, says my ex-wife, to remind me of my non-stop failure. So that's probably why this is the first song that I have ever written about her. After all, ours wasn't a particularly mushily romantic affair indeed. Rather, instrumentality lay beneath our arrangement. 'Cause after all, I needed somebody kind of responsible as a mother figure for my child. My prior wife was quite a freak and kinda wild. Not a good mother figure for my child, which seemed a matter worthy of concern. Something about which I would have to find return. Some means to which to solve this problem that arise. And I solved it with Candace.
That's a really nice impromptu song.
Yeah, well, there you go. Okay, that's it for me today. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. Appreciate it. Love you all. Don't forget to eat plenty of bees today. We're switching it up. Don't worry about the stingers. It only hurts for a little while.